brings future-focused vision to find ideas that become solutions to the world's most pressing concerns. Innovation and creativity are the sparks that ignite to transform lives and society, and these need space to grow.
We are home to these creative and innovative sparks. Our work goes beyond the disciplines, across our 9 faculties, 7 campuses, and being one of Africa's top business schools. As an African global university, we stand proudly among the world's top universities. We remain at the forefront of universal discoveries and provide authentically African solutions to the world's greatest challenges and opportunities. We are pioneers in our fields, from the humanities to cutting-edge technologies, continually seeking ways to improve the world around us. Our hybrid learning systems provide quality education that enables graduates to become adaptable game changers. We have molded nearly 500,000 alumni who have made their mark locally and internationally, and we continue to inspire and equip our students to uphold our firmly rooted culture of excellence. At the heart of what we do is our people. They are creative, critical thinkers who can shape society for the better, because that is how we teach, learn, innovate, impact, and live. We are the University of Pretoria.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dumelang, Lochani, Wamukase, Bonjour, Molweni, Goeiemorgen, Sanbonani. My name is Mpomotwa, and I welcome you all to University of Pretoria's 7th Annual Women in Science Symposium, themed Unpacking STEM Careers, Her Voice in Science. Deputy Minister Honourable Nomalungelo Gina, Vice Principal, Research, Innovation and Postgraduate Education, Prof. Sunil Maharaj, Vice Principal, Student Life, Professor Themba Musia, Dr. Rekashni Ramuta Prishal, Director, Internationalization and Strategic Partnerships. Our esteemed moderators and panel members, distinguished guests, thank you all for coming this morning. Science in the 21st century is collaborative and diverse, with women playing key roles despite historical and ongoing barriers in STEM. From pioneers like Marie Curie to modern figures like Dr. Jane Goodall and Katherine Johnson, women have helped shape our world. Yet challenges such as gender bias, unequal pay, and underrepresentation persists. One inspiring example of this is Botlhale Mphahlele, a young South African innovator who created the alerting earpiece, which is a wearable camera device to combat gender-based violence. Despite winning all these awards, she faced financial and systemic obstacles that prevented her from actually reaching even the market phase for her innovation, which is a common experience for women innovators, especially from rural communities. Today, we highlight and celebrate women in STEM and call for stronger support systems to ensure that the next generation of female scientists and innovators can thrive. This brings me then to our first speaker, Dr. Rekashni Ramuta Prishal, who is the Director, Internationalization and Strategic Partnerships at the University of Pretoria. She previously served as Deputy Director General for Technology and Innovation at the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. As the founder of UP's annual Women in Science event, she is a leading advocate for women in STEM. With over a decade at the National Research Foundation, she played a key role in shaping research, infrastructure, and policy. Her efforts in supporting research capacity across African universities earned her the 2022 Sarima Excellent Award for Outstanding Contribution to Research Management in Southern Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, please let us welcome Dr. Rekashni.
Program Director, Ms. Mpho Motwa, our DVC Research, Prof. Sunil Maharaj, our distinguished keynote speaker, the Honourable Deputy Minister Gina, CEO of USAF, Dr. Petiwe Matutu, Head of Corporate Affairs at L'Oreal, South Africa. I'm trying to find you, Ms. Thandi Kunene, the SRC President and Head Girl of Tuks High School. Esteemed speakers, my dearest mother, who is present here today, Mrs. Premila Ramathar. Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, good morning, and a warm welcome to the University of Pretoria's 7th Women in Science Symposium. It is both an honor and a privilege to gather today in the spirit of recognition, reflection, and reinvention as we continue to champion the advancement of women and girls in science, which is a topic I hold very close to my heart. This year's event takes place at a significant moment in time. 2025 marks the 10th anniversary of the International Day of Women and Girls in Science and the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action aimed at advancing the goals of equality, development, and peace. Through such policy reforms and declarations, we have witnessed seismic shifts in attitudes and perceptions around gender roles in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, or the STEM fields. No longer confined to archaic stereotypes, women are increasingly assuming leadership roles, driving innovation, and spearheading breakthroughs by catalyzing transformative change through their pioneering research, visionary leadership, and unwavering commitment to creating a more just and sustainable future for all. Here in South Africa, we are building, proudly so, on the foundations of 30 years of democracy, and significant strides in gender parity has been achieved at the primary, secondary, and tertiary levels, and in many instances, girls are outperforming boys. As an example, as you can see with the young representation here today, girls are consistently achieving better results across subjects and across grades. We have also seen an increase in the number of young women enrolling and graduating with university degrees. We have seen the rise of women against the odds to high-ranking positions in both public and private sectors. South Africa ranks in the top 3 countries on female representation in parliament, with the new national executive having 40% female representation. And also this year is the G20. And our G20 presidency has prioritized women's empowerment, specifically in areas of economic inclusion, leadership, healthcare, education, and digital technology. But progressive as it is not enough. According to the World Economic Forum, the global gender gap currently resides at 69%, and it will take 123 years before this gap is closed. In STEM, women comprise less than 30% of the workforce, reinforcing the leaky pipeline, which is more pronounced in this sector. What we are seeing is significant dropout rates in postgraduate enrollment, especially at the doctoral level, and this creates a bottleneck into academic positions, leadership, and executive roles, affirming that our biological clock is in direct competition with our career clock. As we navigate the sensitivities of balancing our professional and personal life, sometimes this leads to difficult choices, regrets, and trade-offs, especially for female-headed families and households. Consider this, women hold 23% of vice-chancellor positions at universities across South Africa, 21% of board seats in private sector, and 7% are CEOs in the JSE listed top 100 companies. These figures are not a reflection of women's capabilities, but of deeply rooted systemic and structural barriers. Breaking these barriers cannot begin in the boardroom or the laboratory, but in the home, in communities, and in classrooms. This is why today's theme is so relevant, Unpacking STEM Careers, Her Voice in Science. I'm so thrilled today to see so many young people join the conversation. We can do so much more together through empowered, intergenerational dialogue that starts to interrupt, disrupt, and break the cycle of stereotypes and gender biases as we ask ourselves painful questions about our youth. Who gets to see themselves become scientists one day? And who gets left out before they even get a fair chance? These questions need answers and call for transformative and inclusive change that supports the empowerment of girls and women beyond their current place of being relegated to the fringes of the economy and society. We also cannot ignore the broader societal issues that entrench gender inequality: limited access to sexual and reproductive health care, high rates of teenage pregnancy, gender-based violence, and the alarming influence of exploitative dynamics. We're all too familiar with the sugar daddy syndrome, which is largely driven by economic asymmetries and exacerbated by digital and social media platforms. There's another social ill that I'm sure you're in some way or means have had exposure to, especially in the academic setting, and that relates to the aggressive pursuit of the other PhD. Pull her down, better known as the Queen Bee syndrome, where some women tend to backstab each other and undermine fellow women on the race to the top. I see lots of heads shaking. These realities demand urgent systemic interventions in the curricula, in community programs, in policy and partnerships. This is a mighty ask as we seek to provide an equal future to young girls and women, and we therefore call upon a whole of society approach towards driving what I call a three-tiered approach. Firstly, embedding gender-responsive programs focusing on raising awareness of girls' and women's rights into the school and university curricula so as to address some of the societal ills that disproportionately affect women and girls. Secondly, expand access to mentors and role models for young girls and women, especially in disadvantaged communities. Seeing female scientists who look like them and come from similar backgrounds fundamentally shifts what girls believe is art of the possible. And finally, leveraging universities as anchor institutions by broadening the scope of academic programs so as to embed into the curriculum of postgraduate students outreach activities to disadvantaged schools and learners in the community. This mobilizes university talent into communities, thereby creating shared understanding of some of the pressing and urgent challenges we face. This may take the shape and form of literacy and training programs in areas such as digital technology, coding, and artificial intelligence on the one hand, to the impact of climate change on food, energy, and water security on the other. Such engagements open the doors to young learners, especially girls, to access continuous learning and education, as well as career pathing opportunities. And this calls for each one of us, regardless of where we sit, as politicians, higher education leaders, students, researchers, parents, caregivers, learners, community leaders, to come together to co-create and co-develop inclusive strategies for accelerated change that promotes gender equality. Today, as we celebrate the achievements of women in science leadership, let us not forget the countless trailblazers who paved the way before us. From the 20,000 women that marched to Union buildings in 1956, to the late Olorato Mongale, the student who was brutally murdered earlier this year in May. Their legacies compel us to press forward, defy convention, and break barriers with unyielding resolve to challenge the status quo and to champion inclusivity, policy reform, and social justice. Let the symposium be a call to action and a celebration of what we can achieve when we stand together. Let us challenge ourselves to push boundaries and inspire the next generation to be catalysts for positive change as we forge a path towards a more sustainable, safer, and equitable future. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rakeshni, for your words, your insights. I did not know that there was another PhD called Pull Her Down. I don't know if you guys did, but I learned something new today. So introducing our next speaker, Prof. Sunil Maharaj, who is the Vice Principal for Research, Innovation and Postgraduate Education at the University of Pretoria, with over 33 years of experience in engineering and academia. He is a leader in 5G and rural broadband technologies, and in 2021, he became the first African chair of the Global Engineering Dean's Council and the first African to receive an honorary doctorate from Malmo University for his work on communication solutions for underserved regions in sub-Saharan Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Prof. Maharaj.
Colleagues, good morning. Good morning. Thank you. A very warm welcome to you here today, those that came from near and far, and of course from government, our science community, our University of Pretoria research and South African university partners, our schools, our corporates, and of course to our flagship event, our 7th Women in Science Symposium. A special thank you to our keynote speaker, the Honourable Minister Gina, Deputy Minister for Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, as you know it's called DSTI now, who was recently awarded an honorary doctorate. Congratulations, Deputy Minister. I'd also like to welcome and thank our Director for Internationalization and Strategic Partnerships, Dr. Rakeshni, who started this initiative 7 years ago, and you can see we have grown from strength to strength. This year it's a unique year for us, not only because it's the 7th year, but we have transformed and innovated this now into what we call no more tripartite relationship, we call it the quadruple helix, where we brought in government, as you can see DSTI is our partner here today, L'Oreal, we brought in the corporate, the University of Pretoria, and we brought our schools, our young leaders for the future. So this is about how we innovated this going forward, and next year you'll probably see bigger things happening in this space. So also I'd like to acknowledge a warm welcome to our Program Director, Ms. Matoa, our CEO for University of South Africa, Dr. Matutu, thank you for making time to be with us today. And of course the head of L'Oreal Corporate South Africa, Ms. Thandi Kunene, thank you, and thank you for reaching out when we reached out to you and to reach out to us as University of Pretoria to try something new this year. And of course, Professor Themba Mosia, our Vice Principal for Student Life, he will join us later. He's got another commitment right now. And of course, our SRC President, our Tux High School head girl, and of course, Dr. Hafsa Isup, thank you very much for being here today. I would like to start by saying that I humbly applaud the phenomenal contribution and advancement the women have made in all areas of STEM, in science, technology, innovation, engineering, and mathematics. And despite, as Dr. Rakeshni said, many obstacles that have overcome and still need to be overcome. So today I stand here in place of our Vice Chancellor and Principal, Professor Peterson. Unfortunately, is not well, so I'm standing in for you this morning. So normally he would do this welcome address. I think despite the time it has taken to achieve far greater representation of women in STEM fields and careers in STEM related, I think the world is needing more women in STEM and in all leadership positions. In certain ways, I think humanity has come encouragingly far. The ingenuity and advances in all STEM fields are indeed inspiring. We are now able to communicate as one world, which has been a giant leap that has taken research and academia to previously unimaginable levels of knowledge, and of course without borders. But at the same time, humanity is sabotaging its sustainability with increasingly high levels of inequality, unemployment, hunger, poverty, as we know, climate crisis, conflict, and of course recently the geopolitical instability, all of which are interrelated and expressed as priority challenges in the Sustainable Development Goals. SDG 5, which focuses on achieving gender equality and empowering all women and girls, still has a long way to go. Women have put in centuries of dedication and discipline to get where you are today and to achieve what you have thus far achieved. As we know, success breeds success, and we are incredibly proud of the outstanding successes our STEM women students, staff, and researchers have achieved in your careers and as role models to this and future generations. Faced with the legacy of inequality, you had to go all out of the way to prove yourselves in what was, in too many cases, a male-dominated world. My heartfelt wish is that in the near future, we can dispense with terms like male-dominated world as a never-to-repeated anachronism. At UP, I think we are proud that we're entirely committed to achieving gender equality and women's empowerment at all levels in all fields. UP is home to more than 2,900 academics and researchers, of which 57% are women. We have 447 professors at UP, of which almost 40% are women. Women currently account for 40% of UP's almost 600 NRF-rated researchers. As you know, UP has the highest number of NRF-rated researchers in South Africa. And 50% of our South African research chairs, or what we call the SACHI chairs, are held by women. And I think we are proud in the sense that UP was one of the few universities in this country that have put money to create co-funded research chairs for women in academia. We have a number of ways in which we facilitate women's career progression and leadership, and such as access to research grants to aid early career researchers to enhance their research and publishing productivity, I think which is essential for their progress along the academic pipeline. Our newly formed Women in Leadership program, launched in August last year, sets out to increase the number of women in leadership positions in higher education, which in our country and many others are still mostly held by men. Recently at the NSTF South 32 Awards, also known as what we call the Science Oscars of South Africa, a few women at our institution were celebrated and honored. Professor Lisa Corsten, I'm not sure she's yet this morning, was honored with a Lifetime Achievement Award for exceptional contributions to food safety and plant health. As Professor of Plant Health and Food Security and Co-Director of the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, NRF Center for Excellence in Food Security, she has played a key role in turning science into practical action. She is also, I might say, the first African Academy of Science president after almost 40 years of existence. The Mammal Research Institute, Whale Unit, was recognized with the Data for Research Award received by Dr. Els Vermeulen, a senior lecturer and researcher manager for the MRI Whale Unit, which we have at University of Pretoria in our NAS faculty, located, of course, in Hermanus. The award acknowledges the unit's development of Africa's most comprehensive whale monitoring programs for over 40 years. Its research, which includes tracking population trends, habitat use, and climate change, directly informs national and international conservation policy and drives public efforts to protect marine life. And we know marine life is very important for our sustainability. Professor Namrita Lal, Research Chair at UP, holds a SACHI Chair, received the Innovation Award for Small, Medium and Micro Enterprises. She was recognized for her groundbreaking work in developing and commercializing pharmaceuticals and cosmeceuticals derived from medicinal plants. Her innovations feature novel models of action and have led to the creation of successful spin-off companies, while also nurturing entrepreneurship among our own students and supporting students in our incubator at Tux Innovation. Shakira Hussain from our Department of Institutional Advancement was also a finalist for the Communication Award. She was shortlisted for science communication work through what we call Research Matters website, and of course you are familiar with what we call Read.Search, our magazine, which talks about research activities at UP and connects meaningfully with society. Moving on to the STEM career front, it is wonderful to see that opportunities are wide open for women in this, what we call the AI era, which dispenses with the alleged physicality previously required in certain careers, such as mining. Our campus is advancing as smart, connected spaces where AI, robotics, VR or virtual reality, augmented reality, and other technologies offer our students immersive learning experiences. By the time they graduate, they are what we call digitally fluent and digitally literate, industry ready, and of course globally competitive. On the research front, as African universities, we need to significantly increase research capacity. And the way to achieve this is through equitable research collaborations that strengthen and develop the continent's scientific capabilities. Intrinsic to this is that we have to produce far greater numbers of STEM women graduates and of course PhDs, but these are doctorals, not what Dr. Rakeshni said. Our research systems are also in need to be designed from the ground up with equality and justice in mind, not just in how research is done, but in what we choose to do research in the first place, and of course the impact and how we put this into practice. If we look, for example, at health research, it consistently produces incredible breakthroughs, from vaccines and treatments to life-saving diagnostic tools. Yet, the distribution of these benefits has remained grossly unequal, and COVID-19 showed us that. Towards changing this, women leaders in health science are guiding the World Health Organization in the active inclusion of marginalized voices, especially from underrepresented countries, communities, and diseased areas. This year, one of our colleagues who's here this morning, Professor Tivani Mashamba-Thompson, was part of the group of international experts who co-developed the World Health Organization's recently released groundbreaking guidelines on ethics of health research priority setting. Professor Mashamba-Thompson, who is a globally recognized expert in diagnostics and health innovation, represented both UP and the National Health Research Committee of South Africa in the development of a new network, and she has recently set up her own center for point of care. We also have women, for example, in our Faculty of Health Sciences, and I challenge anybody to find me this in South Africa or probably in Africa. It's the only health science faculty I know where all the leadership are women. The dean is a woman, the deputy dean for research is a woman, the deputy dean for partnerships is a woman, and the deputy dean for teaching and learning is a woman. And that tells you the quality of UP people and the support we give our colleagues going forward. In the broader sense of new networks, we'll be hearing from young women today about how they see the world, and we're looking forward to this. Imagine a world with more women and girls in science is a topic that Ms. Tato Simono, the head girl of Tuxport High School, will be discussing. Our UP SRC president, Ms. Mubatsi, will speak on gender parity for sustainable development. As we see, you are our future, and we're always inspired by you and the work you do and the way you lead yourselves. You are the leaders of intergenerational colleagues and dialogues. We want to hear about the future you want, and although we have a long way to go to achieve gender equality and equal access in STEM sector, we are also encouraged by what young women are saying and achieving, and the women you'll hear today from UP are testimony to that. I want to share this anecdote from one of our third-year mining engineering students, Ms. Matabula, and she said, I quote, "When I told my family and friends that I wanted to do mining engineering, they tried to persuade me to do medicine, a path they thought was a better fit for females, but that mining was fit for males because of their strength and capabilities. But I chose to do mining to prove that strength knows no gender and anyone can do anything if they put it to mind," close quote. I'm so proud to say that UP's Department of Mining Engineering celebrated International Day of Women in Mining this year on the 15th of June with a notable milestone. Almost half of its students are women, reflecting a significant shift in one of South Africa's most traditionally male-dominated industries. The drive to increase the number of female students in all STEM fields is underway, but we have to keep up the pressure and the tempo. All stakeholders, including governments, educational institutions like us and others, corporations, NGOs, and individuals, must work together to achieve this. You know, as we say in Africa, if you're going to go fast, you go alone, but if you're going to go far, we go together, and we have to go together. We need to encourage young girls to pursue STEM subjects. The Scienza plays an important role in this. As you know, Scienza is our science museum or science immersion at University of Pretoria, where we have tens of thousands of school kids coming there every year to experience science or science in action. And we'll be hearing today from Ms. Puleng Tsi, the manager of Scienza. As universities, we need to support historically disadvantaged schools and ensure that we reach girl learners in our community engagement and community service curriculum. Having women in STEM professions engaging with girl learners inspires them, and that's building the next pipeline. They see themselves in that role, reaching out to girl learners and students on social media to share the value of STEM is also an invaluable part of recruitment. And DM, we thank you for your social media interventions as well. We have so many incredible women academics in STEM here at UP and in many universities and organizations in South Africa. To offer an example, this year, UP's Professor Flavia Senkubucha, who's not here today, but who's the Dean of our Faculty of Health Sciences, was appointed, as I said, the Dean at UP, the first woman to hold this position in the faculty's history. In June, she was awarded the College of Medicines of South Africa's highest honor for a transformative leadership in public health, medical education, and advocacy for equity in healthcare and healthcare education. Through mentorship programs, strategic funding initiatives, government partnerships, and guidelines designed to promote inclusivity, we need to put concerted effort into cultivating a new wave of STEM women leaders and to make sure that women are no longer forced to choose between their professional aspirations and family life. We need to go all out to destroy what we call stereotypes and prejudicial notions that certain STEM disciplines are more suitable for men, like I mentioned, mining engineering. We need to closely monitor hiring processes and promotion opportunities to make sure they are not hindering women's career advancement and that women are getting the same remuneration as the male counterparts. There is so much more to be said, and all of this here today. We have a massive role to play, each one of us, both men and women, as change makers in the future of society and as champions of new knowledge and gender equity. We are called upon to make a difference, and we say at UP, make today matter. I thank you for your time, and I look forward to these times we spend today. I am sure that they will be fascinating and insightful, and they will be guiding light for direction of progress to us. And between today and tomorrow, as we celebrate officially Women's Day in South Africa, as I say, her voice and the future of STEM. I thank you very much for attending and being part of this program, and let every day be Women's Day, and let us move the goalpost forward. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, they gave me the honorable task of welcoming our Deputy Minister Gina, I'm not going to read her CV, she's got a very long CV. We need a whole program for that. But suffice to say, she's a real trailblazer, not only for women in science, but science, engineering, technology, not only in South Africa, but across the African continent. And Deputy Minister, thank you for making time to be here. And your spark and your energy will inspire all of us, and we're looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much to you, Professor Maharaj. And let me start by greeting you. I know I wanted to start by greeting the principal, Professor Peterson, but I know you are here to represent him. Let me greet you. Let me greet Professor Temba Mosiwa. I know you said he's going to be joining us. Vice Principal Loretta Ferris, I greet you. Thank you very much to you, Dr. Rakishna. Professor Maharaj, I don't know how to address Dr. Rakishna, but let me leave it there. I'm still tempted to address her as our DDG, but I always say once a DDG will always be a DDG. He's still our DDG. CEO of USAF, Dr. Matutu, greetings to you. Greetings to my sister there, Tandignene from Laurel. Where is she? Oh, right. I will see you by glowing back there. SRC President and all the students and learners that are here, greetings to you. To all the speakers that are going to be sharing their knowledge, their expertise with us here, sharing with the students, with the learners, of which we are excited that are here today. The students, the learners, especially those who are still at the secondary school level. I'm very excited, really, that you are here, sharing the same platform today. And when we're saying we need to leave the baton to them, it's really what we are here to do today. Mpo, is it Mpo? Thank you very much for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, we are, if I don't acknowledge the team from my department, I won't find joy when I go back to the department. Thank you very much for being here. And I've got a team from my department, and more especially, I've seen even those who are coming from various departments, sections, space agencies, DSTI is here, let me say so. DSTI is here because we are excited that you are hosting this symposium. Thank you very much for the DSI team to be here. We are really happy that we are gathered here today. And I think even the theme that we have chosen, where we are saying, her voice in science, inspiring change for an equal future. This theme for me, it's both a tribute and a call to action. When I looked also at one of the items and the speakers that we are going to be hearing there, listening to by Tato, where you are saying, imagine the world where more women and girls, with more women and girls in science. I said, wow, it resonates well with the theme that we are having here. Because today, we are here to reflect on the strides we have made, acknowledge the work yet to be done, and commit ourselves to determination required for real and long-lasting transformation. But the question is, really, is it fair? Or is it really what we need to be looking at? We all agree seated here that as women in the country, we are the majority. But we're still stuck and seated here and saying, let us imagine a world where we're saying, we're saying, can we imagine a world with more women and girls in science? We're still saying, let's look back and reflect on the strides that we have taken, acknowledge how much we have moved in making sure that we bring more women in science. It's about fairness. No one will respond to that question that I'm asking, but anyway, good people will have to do that. But for how long are we going to be stuck on that question? For me, really, year after year, mostly around August, should we always go back to that question? When are we going to see ourselves? Yes, I really agree. As we talk, even the speakers that came before me, we really see the needle moving. Yes, we are moving the needle. But the question will always be, is the needle moving the way we wish and we want to see it moving? For me, that's the greatest challenge that you are faced with. It's a difficult one, the world we live in, but for me, are we not allowing it ourselves sometimes that it happens like that? But I think the symposium, those are the questions we need to look at and respond to. In the years since our democracy was born, South Africa has taken important steps to increase representation and access across all fields, including science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Women in South Africa are contributing groundbreaking research, setting global standards in health, environmental sciences, data and digital technologies, and many more fields, and we celebrate that. Yet, we cannot ignore that women and girls remain underrepresented, especially at senior and strategic levels. For every South African woman who breaks through, many more are impeded by invisible glass ceiling and systemic barriers. If we truly believe that science is an engine of innovation, growth, and social progress, then we must ensure that its doors are open to all who wish to enter, regardless of gender, race, or background. Last night, I attended the NRF Awards. And before that, last week, I attended the National Science Technology Forum Awards, like Professor Maharaj has just touched on them. I was excited and encouraged by a number of women doing amazing things as science researchers in critical niche areas. But excited as I might have been, as all of you might have been, Professor Maharaj has talked about women who have achieved, but not a number of them. That is why he could stand here and name one woman as a life achiever, a few ones who have achieved awards. But if I can tell you the real story of those awards, quite a number of the ones who were receiving those awards are still men. And I'm not racist, are still white dominated. I'm not an ageist, but are still male, old male that were still receiving those awards. Though that is a picture that we still live in, and we are saying we need to change that. The issue of generational mix, it always must come to play. That is why I'm saying today, I'm happy that we have even learners from the level of basic education, because we need to create that healthy pipeline starting from there, because we can't look at the tail end and say we're going to change things if we don't encourage you starting from the initial stages and say, this is a picture and that is where we need to begin. I'm very excited that UP, you have got the, what do you call it? Scienza. The Scienza, for me, it's quite a good initiative, because you are trying to bridge that gap as to say, what is it that you do to conscientize even our youngsters, starting from the very early stages, as to say, when we talk of demystifying science, STEM subjects, demystifying the fact that science is the elite, is for the elite. Science is for those brilliant learners, because that is how we were orientated when we grew up. I always say, when we're in our secondary school level, in our high school, when we were doing science subject, the class that was doing science was always graded an A class. There is no one of you who is of my age whom, when you have chosen the science stream in your school, his science class was 10F or 10E. Not at all. And that had something psychological in you, as to say, you are an A class. I know I was in that class. Starting from where you started to choose, starting from grade 9, grade 8, grade 9, you knew that you are an A class. Even when you walk, you are in A class. It's good. It's a sort of encouragement. But I want to say there are things that we do that have got other intended consequences, that unintended consequences that we don't know that we are doing that, you know. It's quite good, but how do we change that mindset? Yes, let us encourage our learners to take science. Let us encourage our learners to take mathematics, but let us not try and paint this class as if it's only for those, you know, those who are high flyers for you to get into that class. I was very disturbed. Recently, there is a statistics that have just come out as to say how much we see the decrease across all provinces when it comes to schools that are taking pure mathematics. It is a worrisome factor. The question is, where are we taking our country to? Most of our schools at the basic education level, when it comes to the level of matric, we are driving our learners to take maths lit. And for me, it's not, I know we always attribute that only to the fact that it's because the principals want to get better marks at the end of the year, saying their matric have passed well. But for me, it's even deeper than that. Do we have good mathematics and physical science teachers? No. Even our teachers are struggling to take up these subjects. So for me, UP, when you come with Scienza, why do I say Scienza? Scienza. Anyway, Scienza, because we get to take Scienza. You are even making sure that the teachers themselves get that confidence in teaching such subjects. And more will be interested. The learners themselves will get interested in getting into these subjects. And we are going to get more and more making sure and understanding that these are just subjects like any subject. So really, let me applaud and commend the work that we are doing. I'm very excited about the program that you are doing at the University of Pretoria. Let us pause again, because having said that, but there are achievements that we have seen happening as a country. We must celebrate South African women in science. We must celebrate those who conduct cutting-edge research, lead multidisciplinary teams, head institutions, and inspire thousands of students. The likes of Rakeshna, you are the architects of new knowledge, the innovators tackling our most pressing challenges and guides who lifts those as you, and lifts others as you rise. Your voices, your questions, your dreams shape not only scientific discovery, but also the fabric of our society. Thank you very much for that. We know from global research that diverse teams are more creative, innovative, and better equipped to solve complex problems. South Africa's future, and indeed the world's, depend on your perspectives and leadership. But representation must go beyond just mere numbers. It must be measured by agency, by power to influence decision-making, set research agendas, and mentor the next generation. We must listen and respond to women's voices, not only when they anchor agreement, but also when they challenge convention and demand better. Despite progress, we faced persistent obstacles, unequal access to resources and opportunities, and lack of visible role models, gender bias in hiring and advancement, work-life pressures at times, unwelcoming institutional culture. For many women, particularly those from underprivileged communities, these barriers can feel insurmountable. Let me make an example. In our department, we've got an agency like NRF. We had an engagement with NRF when we look at the women that we are funding when it comes to the master's level and more especially the PhD level. Yes, we have improved. We've seen quite an improvement when it comes to that. But we're looking even at the bracket where we are funding, because there was this to say we fund up to the age of 35. I was happy that, I think it was you, Professor Maharaj, or it was Rakeshni, Dr. Rakeshni, who touched on that, as to say, there are other challenges that are societal that sometimes we don't look at, but that they are the hindrance, they block us as women when it comes to accessing education. Looking at that age 35, 40, between 20, late 20s to 35 to 40. That is an active age, and I'm happy because we once had that discussion even with the NRF. That is an active age for us, both male and females, where we start our families. But especially for us as women, that is a very active age where we even bear children. Up to the age of 35. After the age of 35, it's very difficult to see a woman being pregnant. Ngisazokhulelwa kanjani phela sengina 40. Yes, bakhona. But really, can you imagine saying that 40? It's very rare. Where I'm active, really, it's between the age of 20, late 20s, 20, up to the age of 35, where you say, yes, I'm done with my family, then I can start building my future, you know. I'm educated, yes, I will go up to maybe my honors level, master's level, then go start my family, I become a mother, I'm comfortable, then I can start pursuing my studies. That is why it's Tolo PhD B2 says no 50. It's a fact, good people. It's a fact. I'm in my 50s, I'm still pursuing my PhD. And that is the time where I'm comfortable. My kids are grown up now. I get a lot of time to study. As compared to my male counterpart, yes, he is a father. Dr. Maharaj is my husband. He has, you know, Professor Maharaj. He has been my husband. He was expected to take care of kids as I was, but not in the that I was. He became the professor where I was still holding on to my master's, and I was proud that I'm an educated woman. It's a fact, you know. Then these funding institutions will say, I will only fund you up. You know, those are the challenges that are unspoken, but we face as women. It's just but one example that there's so many barriers really that we now and again hit the walls as women. When it is said as women, for us to progress and reach up there, we need to prove ourselves, we need to fight so many battles for us to succeed. It's so true, good people. And sometimes, let me not say men, society may not even think that we are fighting. There are battles that you fight and you feel that they don't think these are battles, but we fight them. So, but who are at school, those who are still in the institutions, make sure there is a lot that you are still going to be faced with. But for me, I always say, you are blessed. You have got such platforms, really, where you can sit, you can discuss these things, you've got people who can hold your hands and say, what best can you do? How can you open up these doors for you? So I always say, hold on to these opportunities that are open for you. The world has got so much for you out there. The opportunities are there for you. I always say, this is not only the duty of government, to open up these opportunities. Academic institutions, private enterprises, civil society, and every working scientist, men or women, must share in these efforts. Together, we must uproot entrenched biases, challenge outdated norms, and build vibrant scientific communities where everyone can flourish. Let us also remember the importance of mentorship and allyship. Every ground broken by a woman in science is paved by the support of educators, peers, mentors, and advocates who believed in their potential. Men, too, have a critical role as colleagues, as allies, and as champions of equality. Only by working together across all boundaries can we harness the full measures of our collective talent. We must create formal mentorship, networks, training and leadership opportunities and platforms for women to showcase their achievements. We must consciously recognize and reward inclusive excellence, knowing that the world's greatest innovations are born where every mind is welcome and every voice is heard. As we look forward to the future, let us expand our definition of success in science. It is not only about the accolades or statistics. It is about building a culture and the legacy that enables every young girl, regardless of where she is born or the circumstances she faces, or see herself as a scientist, an innovator, and a leader. Let us commit to providing access to quality education in STEM fields, supporting girls from earlier stages of schooling, and offering pathways for growth at every career milestone. Let us invest in infrastructure, in scholarship, with a gender response lens, ensuring that women are not left behind in digital revolution and new frontiers of scientific discovery. In the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, we have got one instrument that we work with, where we call it the grassroots innovation, grassroots innovators, where we work closely with our institutions of higher learning, we work closely with our schools and our societies, communities. With our grassroots innovators, we know, especially when it comes to our secondary school learners, our students in our universities, there is so much that you innovate. One thing that we are very quick to do is to protect even your IP when you come with any type of innovation, because we know that there's so much that you can innovate. But what we always do, what we always also do, is to make sure that your ideas, your innovation, we fund and we assist you in making sure that you scale up whatever your ideas that you have, you want to come, you innovate your ideas, you try to bring that into fruition. We assist you, we hold you by hand to make sure that your ideas don't fall to deaf ears. And we really want to work with you as the University of Pretoria to make sure that that journey with your innovators, because we truly believe that is where things are starting, and that is where we are going to be encouraging our own researchers, our own innovators, to make sure that there is life in science. When we are saying science is cool, it is real cool. We've got the kinds of laurel today. We've got kinds of I've just forgotten your name, my sister, on that pregnancy, the device that you are coming up with, that you are going to be sharing with us. It started as an idea, you research, you got to know about it. For me, it's the kind of encouragement that you are bringing today to these youngsters, as to say, you can make it happen. It's possible. So what is it that we can do to encourage them to reach the level that we have reached? So we are here really to say there are opportunities. I'm happy today that we are even having the team from the Space Agency. For me, is to say, seated there, sometimes you're frustrated by your studies. You get out of that library, you just want to get the fresh air, you look up at the stars, you see those stars, you appreciate them. Let us not look at them shining and say, God, you have created them, it's beautiful. But you must know that you can make light out of that. There could be studies and there is something that you can get out of that and you can live out of that. Hence, we have got people, our astronomers that are here, people studying in the space. And what does that say? It says science is everywhere. It says in whatever space that you are, you can make a living out of it. And today, out of this symposium, I'm saying we are going to be discussing that science is everywhere, and it's our mantra as the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation that we are making sure that we are putting science at the center of everything. We're putting science at the center of government. We're putting center at the center of education, at the center of society, at the center of industry, because we want our society to understand that you can't escape science, and science does not, we don't want to leave anyone behind when it comes to science. To all students present here today, your curiosity, your courage, your determination are the seeds to change, or are the seeds of change. Do not doubt your voice. Do not doubt your worth. When you encounter barriers, know that you carry with you the aspiration of your families, your communities, and your country. Let your voice be bold, your questions be ambitious, and your compassion be boundless. You are the youth. You are the future. And what I always say when I talk to the youth, let no one look down upon your youth days. What do I mean about that? Dr. Rakeshni just mentioned the syndrome that we live with now of Abo Sugar Daddy. Those people are looking down upon your youth days. They are taking advantage of your youth days, Badabam. An old man like Professor Maharaj cannot approach you. I'm so sorry, Professor Maharaj. Really, mtanami, an old man like Professor Maharaj, young as you are, beautiful as you are, having a bright future as you are having, there comes Professor Maharaj driving a big car. He approaches you, telling you that he loves you, old as he is. Promising you that grocery. Taking you to that hotel just because you have never slept in the hotel. That man is looking down upon your youth days. You can't be spending your youth days with an old man when he has spent his youth days and enjoyed his youth life, and he wants you to spend your youth days with him. It can't be. It just cannot be, Batabam. The future is in your hands. You are here to build your future. We all rely on you. As I've said when I started, we will be leaving this betting on you to make sure that you lead us in future. So there are things that might be tempting, really. It's nice to wear those, what do you call it? Those Gucci's, those Louis Vuittons. But really, should Professor Maharaj buy you those Louis Vuittons? It can be. I always say the 15 years that you spend at school, it's 12 or 20 years, it's fine. 20 years or 25 years of your time. After that, you have got plenty, the rest of your life, you'll be enjoying. It's not nice. It's not nice to be at school. It's difficult. It calls for you to be disciplined, but just be disciplined for those years. After that, Batabami, there is life. And Batabami, I can assure you, even if you are at your 50s, 60s, you still live life. We're still living life even now. I'm at my 50s, but I still feel young. I still live my life now. I can still go and dance and feel that I'm still alive, That's how life is. Sometimes I know when an adult like myself talk to you, you will say, lokoko uthini kumina. But it's a fact. It is affecting Anzami. Just persevere. It's just few years. You will get there. Things will happen. Don't lose what the future holds for you. The good things that are there. There's so much that you'll enjoy in life. Just go there, study, do the best that we have. It's there. I'm saying for you, the future is bright. The platform for you, it's open. There's so many, the possibilities. You've got the opportunities that are ever open, that were not there for these professors that are here in front of you. When I look at those beautiful girls, for me, really, Batabami, we are pleading with you. Let's smile, that beautiful smile, keep it Batabami, and make sure that you protect yourself. Go all out there. Well, the world has got so much for you. We really rely on you. To the faculty and the professionals, mentor those who come after you. Advocate for equity, inclusion, and respect. And when you look at those words that I'm saying, that is the theme of our G20. And indeed, we are saying, let's advocate for that. In every space you occupied, be the role model that we need. To everyone in this room, let us remember the words of Charlotte Maxege, who reminds us that, I quote, "This work is not for ourselves. Kill that spirit of self and do not live above your people, but with them. If you can rise, bring someone with you," close quote. Our work is far from over, but together we are a force that cannot be stopped. Let us continue to raise our voices, break barriers, and aspire change so that science in South Africa and the world reflects brilliance, resilience, and diversity for all its people. May you never cease to dream, to seek, and to believe in an equal future for science. Let me wish everyone in this room a happy Women's Month, but more especially for all the women that are in this room, let us celebrate our Women's Day on Saturday, Let us be happy, let us be joyous, and remember the vital role and the importance of women in this country. Happy Women's Day. Thank you very much.
I would like for everybody to stand as we give the Deputy Minister standing ovation. Can you please all just rise? Yeah. Thank you. You may be seated. Deputy Minister, thank you so much for your words. I think we can all agree that we have been given homework in our personal capacities, in our professional capacities, to be mentors, to support, to champion the arts in whatever spaces we find ourselves in, to kill the spirit of self and encourage others in the process. And we have heard you, Deputy Minister, sizosebenza, isayenza. Thank you, Prof. Maharaj, also for your words. And I think we also agree that we cannot wait for the day when we do not refer to any field as male-dominated. Thank you also, Dr. Rekashni, for the stats, for your words. That gave us a lot of insights, because so many times we can see posters and pictures at women's conferences and we might think we're moving. Yes, we are, but as the Deputy Minister mentioned, at what rate? Are we still happy with the 1%? Whereas we know that there are more women in South Africa than males. So on that note, we are opening it up for questions. If you have any questions for our panel, this is your chance to ask your questions. I mean, they gave us a lot of insights. Is there anybody with a question, perhaps? Yes, my sister with the green scarf, third row from the front. There's a mic coming on your left.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Priscilla Mensah from Nelson Mandela University. I'm from one of the universities that has the Chancellor, the Vice Chancellor, and our Chair of Council that are all women. So we're a women-led institution. I really want to thank UP for this great initiative, and something that stuck with me when I read the 2024 Science, Technology and Innovation report was the fact that although it has grown, in 2022 there were less than 20% of women that submitted patent applications. So given the advancements we've made in research, when it comes to innovation, how can universities, our partners in industry and globally help us? Where's the low-hanging fruit to advance this number? Thank you.
Thank you, Priscilla. Anyone from the panel can? So anyone from the panel can respond to Priscilla's question.
I'm going to talk because my boss is here. So there's a number of ways that it actually is funded through the department, largely through the National Intellectual Property Management Office. They have something called the TTO Support Fund, and that is providing support to universities to get personnel in place to support grassroots innovators at the university side. There's also support for registering the IP, and also via TIA, the Technology Innovation Agency, there are a number of modalities therein. Recently, we launched, DM launched the pre-seed funding that's available and accessible. It's been supported through the World Bank, and that's allowing researchers, students to, and even grassroots innovators to test their ideas out and build it up to scale. So if you need those details, we can also share that with you. But Pris, I'm sure you know most of them anyways. Jitani Chasley is the head of NIPMO, and I think right now we have Ishmael as the acting CEO of TIA. Diam, you want to add?
No, I think you have said it all, but we do that in the department. We've got that agency that does it. You get into the website, you can get in touch with us here, we can assist you in that. But for me, what you are saying, you are raising a good point in this platform as to say, you are conscientizing these women as to say, there is a very low uptake when it comes to that. For me, what I'm taking up in your question is to say, women, can we wake up? There is an opportunity, but you are not taking up the opportunity. Thank you very much for raising that.
Are there any other questions? Okay, sister at the back with the mic, and then we will move down after that.
Thank you. A very good morning to everybody. My name is Anelem Swami and I work for GIZ. A very heartfelt thank you to our panelists for just the insights that you shared this morning. I have a question particularly for you, DM Gina. You mentioned the Grassroots Innovators Program and how you're interested in potentially partnering with the University of Pretoria. I would like to know, how does another institution partner with you for that initiative? Because we are working on a current technology that we would like to start infiltrating down into just the grassroots level, just to ensure also that it helps everybody essentially. So if we are interested in essentially joining that, how would we do so? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. You said it's from GIZ. It's all the universities, as I've said, all the universities, everyone from the society, you just give us your proposal, but as you are saying, it's not only the University of Pretoria, it's because I'm here at the University of Pretoria, but we are working with everyone, all of you. If you have got interest, touch base with us through TIA, through our grassroots innovators, through TIA, the seed funding that we are having, we'll be working with you. So as I'm saying, it's not specifically this university, but we are proud working with everyone throughout the country.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Yes.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah Burnett. I'm a master's student at the Department of Physics here. And I just wanted to say I was incredibly encouraged by the information, especially in the mining department here, and the increase of women in the department. And I must say, as physicists, our natural state is to fly under the radar and be left alone to do our work. But that does mean in the department, we've only got 3 female staff members. And if you walk into a classroom from second year and up, you're only going to see 2 to maybe 6 women in a class of about 40 people. And it's really not great. So I'm at the moment trying to set up a bit of an initiative for student support with the ideas of mentoring and creating more opportunities and creating a sense of community and changing those social barriers that we've seen, because those are all issues we have in our department. But I was wondering, this is perhaps for Prof. Maharaj, are there any organizations or initiatives from the university that we can get involved in to help us with this? Because at the moment it's kind of just me trying to talk to people, and some support would be really appreciated.
So thank you. Yes, there are a fair number of initiatives. Dr. Rakeshni will tell you some. You got your dean there, Professor Barton Erasmus is there, and he's driving many of these initiatives in STEM, not only for his faculty, but also to get more students at University of Pretoria. So, and of course, Tembi is here. She's sitting somewhere from our GIA. You can speak to her. She drives these initiatives from the university level. But also, we support students through career guidance, as you know we have. And we have our Tax Innovation Incubator. You probably some of you may know about it. So a Tax Innovation Incubator, talking to our colleague from Nelson Mandela as well, where we support female incubators there. So we created our own small tech fund at UP. We don't have a lot of money, but we created a tech fund specifically to support our young females and other students as well. And we have a good few female startup companies there, where it's only females in this team that we support through giving them some seed money to develop their entrepreneurship ideas. And hopefully at that level, once they mature, then they can go to tier funding and ask for other funding. Because most of these other funding agencies want to see a level of maturity in your idea before they can give you funding, and that's one of the things we have. But certainly in terms of bringing more women into research, more women into the careers, I'm sure Professor Erasmus can tell you more about it, but certainly the university itself, like I indicated, we were the few universities in the country that put money to create co-funded Saatchi chairs for females, and that's putting our own funding to develop females as researchers and leaders in that area. But Dr. Rakeshni will tell you more.
Thank you, Prof. There's something called the Organization for Women in Science in the Developing World called OST. And it's actually supported by DM's office. It's incubated at ASAF. And it's a platform for opportunities for students, early career academics largely, to access opportunities, seed funding as well across the continent. You also have access therein of mentors as well. So these are big opportunities that's available. Even for your own research, as an example, you can tap into some resourcing therein. And if you don't win, you can always come speak to us in the internationalization office. We can help through as well. DM, you want to add?
Thank you, Dr. Rakeshni. The next question, yes, third row from the back. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mapulani Situmo, and I'm from the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology. I'm an embryologist and trying to be a PhD candidate. So with that said, there is a barrier that I've also noticed adding to the barrier of age for women to become what they want to become at a certain age and all of those things, which is finances. So as a person who's working right now, it's still difficult for me to become a PhD candidate because of funds still. And I was wondering if there are any platforms where we can have funding for people who are working, but it's, because of the barriers that we've heard before, whatever funds that you get from your job is not really enough to pay for your studies. So I still have to sit and wait for until I'm 35, saved enough so that I can pay for the PhD. So are there any platforms that we can get assisted in to actually study, even if we are working? Thank you.
Okay, from the university side, the part-time assistance is available through what we have as the Department of Research and Innovation. It's actually a part of Prof. Maharaj's portfolio. And obviously within your faculty of choice, you can also engage with your dean to assess and explore what are those opportunities available. There are a number of funders, not just the National Research Foundation as an example, but the department's fund, DHET is here. Mandisa, raise your hand, Mandisa. Mandisa has a lot of money. Mandisa funds the University Staff Doctoral Program as an example, and the University Capacity Development Program. And there's a huge initiatives with partner countries, partner initiatives, linked with the networks. So funding opportunities to support your studies should not necessarily be a problem. But you can contact the Department of Research and Innovation. If not, we can share the details later on today. I think Abe Matopa is here. He's not here. But he's actually running the early career research program in DRI, so we can definitely hook you up.
Yeah, I'm happy because you mentioned NRF with very limited funds that are there, but I think, Rakishna, as we are saying, we are going to be hearing from our lady there with a lot of money as to say, how can she even assist? But what I've also learned and seen, even the industry, the companies out there, don't be shy to approach them. They do really find when it comes to the PhD level, quite a number of scholars have been assisted by various companies because they do get a lot of rebates when it comes to have funded the PhD or, when on their tax rebates, they really assist. I could even, there's so much that they can do. So, yeah. So do approach even the industries there when they look even at the topic that you are dealing with, if they are going to be to be assisted on that, they really do fund. But we can always sit down and talk and look at various means of being assisted, but really don't sit at the corner and say you are not studying because you don't have finances. We might not point at one a door, but yeah, you can get a lot of assistance out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. We'll take a question. Was that one first? Okay, cool. We'll take a question, second row from the back, and then one here in front, lady in the black jacket.
Good morning, Tulufelo Kungwane from the Health Sciences. Minister, and I think this will go to the Minister and Prof. Maharaj. The Minister have identified, which some of us have identified a long time ago, the issue of the STEM in high school level. The issue that most students are encouraged to take what you call maths lit over the normal maths. However, even the quality of that maths is actually not that great. And we're not going to talk about AP maths then, because the normal maths is not that great. So now that you have identified it, have you spoken to your colleagues in basic education? Because at the end of the day, we celebrate the 100% pass rate, but it's actually mediocre per 100% pass rate. And then they come to university, and now the university is on our neck why the students with 7 A's are not passing first year. And we are now forced to, I don't know, like, the expectation is once they're here with the 7 A's, then they are the best quality of students out there, and then the university looks at us as like, but what's wrong with your teaching because the students cannot pass? But actually the basic education is lacking, and hence it's difficult to get them through university. And hence I believe, like, ultimately, not as women, but as a country, we are moving backwards in terms of the STEM education.
Yeah, thank you very much for raising that. You know, we have got this platform now that we have just started, a tripartite alliance sort of, where it's Department of Science, Technology, and Innovation, Department of Higher Education, and Department of Basic Education, where what you are raising, it's one of the topics that you are talking about, is to say, how do we make sure that when it comes to the uptake of maths and science, of STEM subjects, as we are saying, what is it that we do? So, yes, we do have that platform. We are talking about it, even in making sure that when it comes to the training of teachers themselves. And I like the way you are saying, because it ends up being a blame situation, more especially between the Department of Higher Education and the Department of Basic Education. Because sometimes it's as if you, Department of Higher Education, will be saying, the product we are getting from higher basic education is not what we want to, and the basic education will be saying, but the product, the teachers we are getting from you, you are giving us the teachers that cannot teach down there. So it becomes that blame situation. Then that is where we also get in, as to say, being the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, what expertise are we bringing in there to make sure that we bridge this gap that is there? I think we are not yet there, but definitely with these discussions and this pipeline that we are beginning to build, ultimately we'll really get there, but we'll be needing you as the institutions to come work with us. As I was saying, that's why I'm even very much excited to say we have you as the institutions going back to work with basic education, helping those students, those learners at that level, because even the teachers themselves will be benefiting, and we are building now that healthy pipeline. But yeah, we do have those discussions and we are looking at that. And for me, it goes back even to the curriculum itself. What is being taught? Because again, that is where the blame is, as to say, you, the institutions of higher learning, as you train these teachers, what are you teaching? Are you teaching what is expected of them to go back to class and teach? And also in the curriculum of basic education, what is being taught? So it's a discussion really that needs to be taken holistically and say, what is it that you want to see happening at the end of the day? But yeah, I think you have raised a very important point, and we are starting to get into that. Thank you.
So that's a perennial problem. We're 30 years into democracy and we still have this challenge of maths and science. If you look at the grade 12 results, doesn't matter whether it's Matlet or what, if you look at the grade 12 results, the number of maths and science students has not increased. In fact, it has went down. And I think, we must always continuously, it doesn't matter whether you're male or female, the culture of mediocrity we must kind of learn to curtail. So 30% is not a pass. That's kind of culture we need to change. Fundamentally, we need to change that. The day we change that mentality, then I think we'll move forward. And because of that reason, we find schools, as you say, want to do maths lit because they can show we got 100% pass. Looks very nice in the newspaper. We go on the stage end of the year at MTN or wherever and get an award. Wonderful. But end of the day, like you're saying, we're not producing the students we need. Especially as the Deputy Minister said, if we want to become a globally competitive country, a strong economy, we need good scientists. That's a matter of fact. Whether we like it or not, it's a matter of fact. Whether you do national sciences, whether you social sciences, you do economic sciences, or you do the hard sciences, we need those kind of people. And math, good math is important, not math lit. I'm hoping the day the government and the ministry can say we don't offer math lit anymore. I'm hoping we can do that. It's a difficult political decision, but I don't know if they can do it. But I think we as a collective, as a university, we cannot say it's basic education problem or it's government's problem. We have to work together. We inherited many of these things, and we cannot say, university, we want to be a top-tier research-intensive university. We'll do top-tier research and get many A-rated researchers like Professor Wingfield, and government, you sort out the stuff and give us good students. It cannot work. We don't live in a society like that. So hence, we need to play an active role either through Scienza, through our bridging programs. We have the Pretoria University Academy where we have bridging programs, and even the Faculty of National Agricultural Sciences, Economic Sciences have their own bridging programs. So we have to get involved in that. So we cannot say only I want to publish top papers, but I don't want to get involved in assisting, first-year students. I think that mentality, academics must also change. I know you got limited amount of time, but as part of your CSI, you should put some time into that. And we have funding available where we support tutors, ALs, bridging programs, psychologists and faculties to support. So those are interventions we can put, but yes, there has to be some fundamental intervention at the school level as well. But until such time we don't have that good system or that good feeding into the university system, we'll have to have this bit of interventions as university as well. That's something we cannot evade if we really want to grow the economy and grow the country and produce top graduates. And it's interesting, you find those students that will come in maybe not having good grades in high school, not because they are not bright, but because they didn't have the right environment. Maybe they didn't have a good maths teacher. Maybe they only had a maths teacher for 3 months in the year. The other 9 months or so, there was no teacher and kind of thing. But you find those kids, when you give them the right guidance and right development tools, you see how they excel downstream. So I think, we need to continue to do that. So it's not a quick fix. I know my mom may say 30 years now, we should have sorted it out. But we still need to continue doing this. And we need to continuously put our efforts together to make this happen going forward.
Thank you, Prof. Maharaj. This is the last question for this section.
Good morning. I'm Petiwe Matutu from University of South Africa. My question is, should we be concerned about the absence of diversity now in humanities and social sciences, which are dominated by women, in life sciences, which are likely dominated by women, and with underrepresentation, of course, in other areas by women? And also another aspect, should we be concerned about undergraduate qualifications, which are dominated by women? About 60% of women are graduating with undergrads. So if one is looking now at males and undergraduate, should we start to be concerned about that? Because in the absence of diversity, when we look at multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary studies, these humanities are playing a big role, particularly in light of the AI, where one has to look at the underpinning and underlying ways of effects in humanity, humanizing whatever kind of experiences that we are experiencing. In the absence of men in these fields, what are we likely to reap? Thanks.
So yes, at UP, for example, like I think we said, almost 60% of our students are females, and you're right. If you look at the performance of our results undergrad, our women outpace the males. But it's also becoming a problem because what's happening with our male society in some programs is that maybe they're not interested to come to university anymore, or they going to taking drugs or whatever, I don't know. But the thing is this, it's an issue that's coming because society is such nowadays that, it's becoming. So I think it's for us, for example, we have at University of Pretoria, we have like the Women in Engineering program, where we specifically intervene to get women into engineering. You may find lots of women, for example, or not lots, but a fair amount of women in industrial engineering. But you'll find very few women in mechanical engineering, or very few women in electrical engineering, because again, the notion of male dominance, or like mining, like I said, which is changing. So we have to have deliberate interventions on a granular level. We cannot say at university we got 60%, wow, we're doing great. It's not good. But we need to go granular and look at each discipline kind of thing, how we address those particular issues and how we address the balance in terms of students. So that's something we're looking at a more granular level because it becomes a problem. I think physics was one of the issues that was raised as well. So that is becoming an issue. I think the other point, as you mentioned, is also in postgrad programs. We find that we've got a good number of female students in postgrad, but obviously we're trying to also attract males into postgrad, which is not as great as females. But again, I think at PhD it's a different story. So again, the differentiation. Maybe in some programs we have more females than males, and others in PhDs we don't have as much females. So I think it's incumbent on us to kind of look at interventions in specific areas, rather than saying we just want to grow or create another women in science program and give lots of bursaries for women. It's not going to help. We need to get more granular in terms of discipline specific. But I think that's a societal issue. I think we need to think in society at large on how we address some of these things going forward. Otherwise, we'll have a very unequal society going forward in a different way. So trying to address one thing, we might create another problem down the line, like the balloon effect. So I think we need to find some equanimity in how we address this going forward.
Dr. Matutu, really, That is a very interesting question around gender-dominant disciplines. And the absence of, or the lack of participation of men in human and social sciences poses a problem when we look at a gender-equal future. And that's the ramifications we have to consider going forward. Because we want everyone to have a seat at the table and everyone to have equal voices. The push for events like this is to make sure that women get on par so that the benchmark is, you know, equality. But we can't disenfranchise one over the other. And I think career pathing opportunities are critically important so that men do understand they have a voice in humanities and social sciences, as an example. And Scienza is a place that is great, but maybe we also challenge Puleng here to say, how do we expand the scope and depth of the science outreach activities to also look at what Dr. Matutu is saying? How do we create that diversity and inclusion across disciplines so that we have everyone's voice represented regardless of what conversations we are having? DM.
Thank you very much. I think, Dr. Matutu, you are pointing also to our social disorders that we have. For me, when we try to solve one problem, we create another one. That's a balance that we need to strike moving forward. We now, you know, the discussions that are now starting to surface is to say, we now tend to focus more on a girl child and causing more harm sometimes. And I think sometimes it's some of the product of that. So that's the disorders that we are somehow causing, but it's good when we start now to observe and see that, and those are the balances that we need to be careful and start to, and begin to resolve and strike now. It's quite good to observe them, and it has been, it's noticeable when even you go to these institutions and look at as it's happening, and it's something that we all need to look at, our institution, the civil society, the government, how can we strike that balance and move and try to resolve the issue. But I'm happy again that it is raised in such platforms, because even our young ones, that's a thing that we need to concentrate and look at and say, how best can we resolve such? Because it is going to cause another challenge. If we leave it unattended, it's going to be a huge challenge in our country in future. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you all for your questions and for the speakers responding to each and every one of them. I think that is something that you can let sink as we have coffee now. So we are going to break and we will be back at 11:15 for the second session. And can I please ask all the speakers to just come forward? We're going to take a picture during the comfort break. Thank you. We're going to move into the session, which is called Closing the Gap in STEM, which will be moderated by Dr. Hafsa Esop. Dr. Hafsa is a senior lecturer at the University of Pretoria whose research focuses on radiation protection for pregnant radiographers. Her award-winning work includes developing a mobile app for fetal dose monitoring, which gained international recognition in Tokyo. She represents South Africa on the International Commission on Radiological Protection and is actively involved in global initiatives on in utero radiation effects. She also founded Bags of Hope, a community project supporting abandoned babies and mothers in clinical training hospitals. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Hafsa Esop, who will also be the moderator for this session.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to our Honourable Deputy Minister, the Vice Chancellors, Dr. Rakeshni, distinguished guests, and phenomenal women present here today, all protocol observed. I'm so glad I got you after tea so that you're all energized now. It gives me great pleasure to be the moderator for this session on closing the gender gap in STEM. As the chair has said, I'm Hafsa Isup, and I'm a senior lecturer at the Department of Radiography. I'm also the founder of Pregidose, a mobile app for pregnant women or pregnant radiographers. I'm also a proud member of the USDP program, Cohort 2, which has been instrumental in funding my PhD and all the activities and all the highlights that I'll be presenting today. Beyond my professional role, I'm also a mother of 2 beautiful girls, and at the time of my PhD, they were aged 1 and 3. Yes, you can imagine, right? And our Deputy Minister was spot on when she said the age. I had them at 33. So yes, that's our prime. I'm also married to an incredible husband who has old school values. By this I mean, when he comes through the door, I must be home and a home-cooked meal must follow. All right. So I'm a makoti. I'm a makoti. I'm a daughter-in-law. I'm a chef. I'm a chauffeur. I'm a teacher. I am a nurse, and sometimes I'm also a fire-breathing dragon. Right. I share this not to highlight all these roles that I carry, but because I know so many of you are wearing similar hats, if not more. And we ask ourselves, so how are we going to close the gender gap when our plates are so full, right? And this is such a multifaceted question, and it's so contextual also. And today on our panel, we have a mother, we have students, we have leaders who have different angles at how we can close this gap. All right. So I have a presentation, and this is just to share my journey with you very briefly. So when my little ones were still in the car seats, we purchased this car seat, and it would swivel outwards. And I said to my husband, wow, this could have only been made by a woman or invented by a woman. And I say this because it's a woman understanding a woman's problem, right? And I think this is the departure point for my own PhD. So just to give you a bit of background, I'm a radiographer, well, a lecturer now. But in the department, the radiography department, you will see all these signs that say no pregnant woman allowed. And the reason for this is that radiation is dangerous to the fetus. It can cause fetal abnormalities. It can induce childhood cancer. And then we have pregnant women, and when they join the force, they are all of childbearing age. They're now qualified and they're starting their families. And then you walk out and you call the patient, and then it says no pregnant woman allowed, and there she is with this big tummy, and you're like, wow. So the same thing happened with me, that I was pregnant, and so to make sure that we are safe in the department, we have a dosimeter, and the dosimeter monitors the radiation dose to check that she's not getting excessive doses. So when I was pregnant, I got my dosimeter, and I went around asking. It looks like a little pager, and it's very expensive. It's about 15,000 Rand. And I went around asking, how do you use this complex device? And the previously pregnant woman would say, I don't know. We never used it. We kept it in the drawer. I was like, this is supposed to protect you, and you're keeping it in the drawer? And this really startled me, and this was the starting point of my PhD. So as we went through the different phases, we uncovered that it's not only that they did not even know how to use this, but they weren't even having access to these by the employers. And this was my very first article where I was able to quantify this problem. And this is what science can do. I presented this at a conference in Cape Town at the Society of South African Radiographers. And here there was industry, employees, academics, everybody. And funnily enough, the title of that presentation was The Voice of the Vulnerable, a situational analysis into what this problem was. And I don't know if you can see what the audience looks like there. After this presentation, 2 things happened. People came up to me and said, wow, we didn't know that this problem existed. And the other thing was, wow, thank you. This problem has been so long-standing, and finally someone's doing something about it. And this is the societal power of research that we can have. In the second phase, I held a workshop, and this workshop was with experts in the field, pregnant radiographers, previously pregnant radiographers, and members from the South African Health Products Regulatory Authority. But I just want to share that 4 weeks before this very important session, my mother passed away. I had to show up, whilst mourning, being brave, pushing through and getting through this here. And also dealing with an elderly or caring for an elderly father. And you know, the elderly men can also be like small babies sometimes. Okay, so I had to push through all that. And I say this not for you to feel sorry for me, but I say this because everybody sees the highlights. They see the rainbows, but they don't know the storm that you've encountered through your PhD, and as a woman, all these challenges we encounter. So in this workshop, it was to understand deeper the problems. And what surfaced was really out of this world for me, because I didn't know that these problems is what they were facing. In my pregnancy, I was having baby showers and people celebrating me. But these pregnant women, they face so much adversity. They were told by the employees, well, if you don't have a dosimeter, well, there's the door you can go. They had that fear of losing their job, so they stayed in that environment. They also were gossiped about. They were prejudiced, they were isolated, because as a pregnant radiographer, you can't do everything. You just do as the minimal you can to protect yourself from the radiation. And lo and behold, who would be the ones gossiping? The ladies in the department. Ladies who you would think that would understand, but they are the ones that say, this one is so lazy. We know how it is, right? So from this year, the priority point for these women, the top of their agenda, was mental wellness, something that I would have never considered. And here is where the prototype of the mobile app was developed. The woman said what the problems were they were facing. This was the fetal dose record keeping, access, and all of these things. And then they were able to also suggest solutions to those problems. And this is called wireframing. They come together and they say, okay, what needs to be there? And if you press that, this goes there and there and there. And from this year, we were able to give this year to the software developers. Now, I don't usually share this here, but I thought this was a fitting place to share it because it is bridging the gap in gender. And this was my first draft. So we sent the wireframing to the software developers, and the person who was in charge of my look and feel of the app was a young male in his 20s, very brilliant. And I was in my 30s with 2 children later. And he seemed to try everything in his power to hide the female form. I'm not sure if you can see. I'm not sure if you can see that's supposed to be a pregnant woman. So he was very abstract. And even the look and feel. And my prof at the time, Prof. Smuts, my co-supervisor, she said to me, Hafsa, you sure you're okay with that? I said, no, Prof, that's not what I'm really looking for. And back and forth we went with the developers, making sure that the woman's voice is apparent in that. And so now I present to you what our final Pregidose app looks like. Should play. I know my technical Thank you. So after, in the third phase, the development, we did the prototype, and I registered for I applied for an international conference, the International Commission of Radiological Protection, and I was shortlisted as a finalist for a Cousins Award, and this is for the young professional and scientist. And we were amongst 4 countries, New Zealand, Japan, me, South Africa, and Germany. And let me tell you, the Germans, they came to win, just like how you came with an entourage. They also came with an entourage. And so whilst I was presenting there was the guy from Japan. He was presenting on dose effects, the spermatogenesis of the mice when radiation, been exposed to different radiation levels. And I sat there thinking, oh, Hafsa girl, what are you doing here? You know, this is science, and you are presenting an app. And it was a panel to WHO members. And I was like, okay, but it is what it is. I'm here, let me give it my all. And I presented basically what I presented to you now. And it was a gala evening, and they said my name as the winner of the Cousins Award. And I was completely, thank you. and I was completely shocked. Let me see. Oh, sorry, I don't want to. There. I was completely shocked by this. And after, at the gala evening, after the awarding, the judge came to me and said, thank you. You know, finally you are addressing something, a real-world problem, something that can be used, something that is tangible, something that is going to solve a problem that we are having in radiation protection. And I must say also at this moment, I just came with myself and my husband and my children, because as a Muslim female, remember I told you he's old school, so I don't travel alone anywhere. So he funded himself, and all the children, everyone had to come with me. So yes, and what happened is that after this year, all the people from Africa descended down to me, and they took pictures with me, and it was a win, not just for me, it was a win for Africa. It was like they just came with me all of a sudden, and we just celebrated and embraced that. But I must say, before I went, I had a send-off, right? And I had a send-off, and some special people created this for me. I want you to guess, who do you think made these posters? Students? Kids? They were 1 and 3. I even had an acronym there, sure. This poster was made by 2 ladies in their 40s. Not to say anything about their creativity skills, but drawing skills. 2 ladies in their 40s, highly established ladies in their careers. I think they're actually both in law. And this just made me think, and in this poster there were words of affirmation, phenomenal woman, you are so talented. And there's even a part that says, I think it says, you're a winner already. And I think when I think back, this is really so important. If we are talking about closing the gender gap, and for me, as a woman, as a mother, when we say closing the gender gap, it's the support structures that we have, right? It is older women paving the way, not by finance, not by anything like that, but just by words of encouragement. It is also about your colleagues, just your colleagues saying, well done, congratulations, I'm so proud of you. But actually meaning it, not be like, why is that her up there and why not me, right? Because we have that there also. And then it's also your supervisors. I've had an incredible supervisor and mentor, Prof. Mabel Kekana, and I'm not sure where she is right now, but her diary is like this. But she has always fitted me in. She's always been, she reminds me of a mother who comes to a ballet recital, always ever present, even if I'm just there for a few minutes, just there. And also if my children were sick, and I'd say, Prof, I don't know, you know my child is sick, I'm so stressed, go, take care of her, take that day off, see to your child. And if we are trying to say close the gender gap, we need our village to be supportive and say, I know you have this here. I'm not giving you a priority. I know you have this, but I know that you need a little bit of assistance. All right, so in my ending, I loved what Dr. Matutu said about men, the disparity there. And I asked AI to create a picture for me on powerful women. You know, Meta AI, I'm not sure if you ever used it, it's on your WhatsApp, so it's an amazing thing. And I asked it, create an image of a powerful woman, but with a man in it, right? And can you see what it created? Strong, affirmative, you know, she's owning it. But the men is not eradicated so far. And all the men here, don't worry, I've got your back. We're not, when we say bridging the gender gap, we're not saying let's eradicate all men, right? But let's partner up with men. Let's make sure that men are also supportive in our journey. Can you see? He's carrying that heavy bag. He's strong, right? But our strength lies here in our ability to solve problems. And women have so many problems in the sense that our pain thresholds are so high, right? And we are very adaptive to those. And I see this I saw this growing up. I see this with the patients coming through to x-rays. We have our gogos. Their backs are finished. Their knees are finished. And you wonder, how did you even, get this far? But they just push on. And even by my participants, they just pushed on. And so, sorry, I'm looking at the time. So yes, they just push on. And this is where science and technology comes in, whereby we need to use science and technology to sort out our problems or to find solutions to the problems. And the solutions often lie in our engineering, and this is where the collaboration happened. And also to end off, we need to plant seeds of innovation, plant the words innovator and inventor in our little ones. My 4-year-old, I tell her, you're an inventor. You can be an inventor and an innovator. So I would like to now thank you for listening and introduce my next guests who are going to share their views on gender, closing the gender gap. My first speaker is Ms. Tato Semenya, and she currently serves as the head girl for Tuck Sports High School. You can come on up.
Watinta wafazi, watintim bogot. You strike a woman, you strike a rock. Good morning to the inspiring women in this room. When I first received the invitation to come and speak here, I was genuinely surprised. I thought me, a high school learner, speaking at a science symposium with the researchers and professors. But after a moment of reflection and perhaps a few panicked WhatsApp messages to my mom, I realized something important. That I may not be a woman in science since I don't take science as a subject, but I'm a young woman and I'm alive. And the future starts young, brave, sometimes slightly terrified, but always determined. To live is to be part of science, because science is simply humankind discovering and making the best use of the world around us. And each one of us has a role to play in that. That must be why I am here today. I stand here as the head girl of Tuck Sport High School, a sports school where young girls reach further, run faster, and dream bigger every day. Today, we've been asked to imagine a world with more girls and women in science. I don't know about you, but I think that world will be bold, busy, and absolutely brilliant. A world where young girls can talk about chemistry without being told to calm down. Or at my school, a girl with check shoes and goggles is taken just as seriously as a boy in a lab coat. Where you are too pretty to be smart is replaced. You are powerful. Go change the world. So now let me tell you a little bit about the world I come from. I was raised in a home and in a community surrounded entirely by women, guided by them and loved by them. We didn't have it easy. In fact, most of the times we didn't. But even in hardship, I never saw a tear fall down from their eyes. And still, they showed up, smiling, working, and caring more than anybody realized. It was through them I learned to never take any opportunities for granted. Any chance given, I grasp it with both of my arms because I know I carry more than my own dreams. I carry theirs too. That's what it means to come from a world shaped by women. They didn't have titles or platforms, but they taught me the value of grit, grace, and showing up when it's hard, especially when it's hard. Wonderful, incredible, powerful woman, like my mother. She's my role model, my anchor. She's a woman of strength and humor. She taught me there's nothing important than a girl with a plan and a backup charger. And then there's my late grandmother. She wasn't a scientist by title, but her wisdom had its own kind of a formula, equal parts courage, love, and resilience. She told me, even when the world goes quiet, continue speaking your truth. She's gone now, but every step I take, it's a continuation of a legacy. There are days where I wish you could see me here today, but just maybe, she already does. And there are teachers who raised me at school. Science teachers like Miss Barton, she's over there by the way, Miss Moranto, and Miss Albert. Somehow, who manages to juggle knowledge with kindness? They ignite curiosity and instill growth mindset in each one of us. And of course, our retired principal, Miss Hattie de Villiers, a true queen of calm authority. Miss Hattie de Villiers did not just lead a school. She led young girls into believing they are capable of what more than they've been told. It's a thanks to women like Miss de Villiers that Tuxford High School exists, allowing young girls like me to have a place to pursue our passion in both sports and academics and break barriers. Places we didn't quite belong in the past. And my coaches, especially the fierce women who have pushed me through the toughest days. We have Coach Adri, my track and field coach. She taught me how to find that next gear even when my legs were burning. And then Coach Shanae, my gym coach. She showed me that strength is built rep by rep, and confidence is just as important as muscles. The bones show me what the real power looks like, the kind that it's earned and not given. While not all women I have mentioned are not scientists, but their role in my life is unique, precisely because they are women. And they have shaped my resilience, taught me to stand tall, and inspired me to believe more for myself. That's the beauty of the world we imagine today. A world where young girls don't just wonder, can I, but confidently say, I will. Where leadership, innovation, and discovery wear heels, sneakers, lab coats, and sometimes a school uniform. When more women stand up, more girls are inspired to do the same. So I say yes to more women and girls in science, and simply more women into making the world a better place. Thank you to the University of Pretoria for believing in young voices, and thank you to every woman, every role model who helped me find mine. Viva Wafazi, viva. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Tato, for that inspiring talk. I think maybe a lot of you came today, thinking that you're going to come back home with these huge, amazing, technologically driven solutions to the problems in more women in science. But actually, it's quite simple, right? The answers are right here. It's you guys. You are the ones that motivate and inspire, encourage, and enable and create a thriving environment for our youngsters. So there's a lot of responsibility. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Dr. Matatu, and she's the CEO of the University South Africa, USAF, and she has been really instrumental in creating a lot of opportunities and pipelines in her organizations for also the development of women in science. So over to you.
Minister Gina, Deputy Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, Professor Francis Peterson, the Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of Pretoria, in absentia, the Deputy Vice Chancellors, Professor Sunil Maharaj and Professor Themba Musia, Dr. Rakeshni Ramuta Priestley, Director for Internationalization and Strategic Partnerships, Mr. Ndiku Nene, who's part of the leadership of L'Oreal, the fellow speakers at today's event, staff and students at the University of Pretoria, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to be invited at this University of Pretoria's 7th Women in Science event as a panel member. I'll first have to introduce you to our organization, which is Universities South Africa. It's a representative organization of the 26 public universities in South Africa. It has a board of vice chancellors of the entire 26 universities, and among its priorities is that of being responsive to the needs of South Africa and also the universities within South Africa, and playing a transformative role in advancing the universities and ensuring that they are sustainable. So the intent of this event, which is to advance transformation agenda, is directly aligned with that of Universities South Africa. So I'd like to commend the University of Pretoria for the sterling work they do in celebrating, empowering, and developing women in STEM and advancing the gender equity within South Africa's higher education sector. And this event directly responds to sustainable goal number 5 of gender equality and number 10 of reduced inequalities. It has been mentioned that a lot of progress has been made in advancing women in STEM, and we celebrate that progress today. We celebrate the innovators that are among us. We celebrate the researchers, top researchers who are among us, and we celebrate the potential students, postgraduate students, and early career researchers. As Universities South Africa, we run certain programs to ensure advancement of not only women, but early career researchers broadly. We've got a virtual program which is called platform, which is called TUSO Resources, which assists early career researchers with their development in supervising, in gaining the networks that are a problem in attracting researcher funding. We also have the TUSO Connect, which is a mentoring platform for early career researchers in South Africa. Both programs are funded by the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, but run under
the auspices of Universities South Africa. We also have a leadership development program, which is called the Women in Leadership, under the Higher Education, Leadership and Management. It's accredited under Nelson Mandela University, and it's funded by the Department of Higher Education and Training. And what becomes attractive about it is that it's not only focused on academic staff, but it's also focused on the support staff among the universities. So that becomes its strength by and large. This Women in Leadership program is premised on the idea that the development of leadership capacity and confidence emboldens women to advocate for themselves and others like them, while they navigate and excel in leading diverse teams to shape change within the complex higher education context. WIL's goal is to contribute to a more equitable, diverse, and representative higher education environment in which multiple perspectives and ways of thinking, doing, and being create an enabling environment in which all who work and live in it can thrive. The program includes the acquisition and development of relevant knowledge about self and leadership in higher education institutions, a platform to engage with peers and experienced leaders, opportunities to form professional networks, and opportunities to develop skills. There's a focus on enabling women to envision and create environments in which creativity and diversity are encouraged and thrive. There have been studies which have been conducted around the issue, the area of diversity in South Africa. I will mention a result of the Ministerial Oversight Committee on Transformation in the South African public universities. So the observation was that the way in which universities approach transformation, about half of them were considered to have a growth and a learning kind of culture, and they embrace the transformation agenda and were prepared to have a strong improvement culture within the universities. And the rest, which is half of them, they considered the transformation project. It was contested, resulting in half-hearted conceptualization of transformation, a culture of compliance likely to result in change without change. So the issue of culture within universities, a culture that either embraces this improvement or a culture that is busy contesting, moving forward, moving back, moving forward, moving back. After reading some research which has been done in Canadian universities, there were gaps which were identified in pay, in treatment, in promotion, and this was among professors and women professors like us. I think they are sitting at about 40%. That is for women professors. And of course, one has to drill to the granular to realize that most of them are in humanities and social sciences, and not within these technological fields, which are your engineering and so on. So here were the main inequalities identified by the research, which I think are similar to our situation here in South Africa. The teaching load is generally higher for female professors. The female professors are more likely to be asked to sit on committees. It is more difficult for women to obtain certain types of funding, particularly research, women are more frequently excluded from international networks than their male counterparts. So if one looks at what is being said here, teaching loads, of course, by professors, I think they mean anyone who's tenured in their case. In our case, we mean senior academics. It then forces us to look at what we have within universities in terms of advancing women. If you've got an HOD who does not understand the patriarchal ways of leading and the entrenched cultures within the university, which will throw huge teaching amounts to junior staff members, then it means you've got a problem of people who cannot advance in the career due to the workloads which are being thrown at them. So it becomes important in terms of training that you train these people that you put responsibilities on to be aware of what inhibits or what prevents women, what are the barriers for women moving forward within their careers. So when you look at the responsibility, there's nothing wrong with being given more teaching loads, more committee work, more community engagement work, provided it counts in the same way as research and innovation counts towards promotions. And what then becomes a problem is the fact that what tends to count more is this research and innovation that people have been excluded from, and the networking thereof. So these are the areas that one has to change and has to ensure that they happen. And the problem is that when you are good at research as a professor, the more your teaching load gets reduced, the more you do this, the more you get advantage, the more you get the funding where there are such. So without the university paying attention to this and looking at resources to say, you know, we've got these resources, they are going to be dedicated towards women researchers, or we've got these resources, they are going to be dedicated towards early career researchers because the established ones should have this. And then moving to issues of promotion and issues of recruitment. That is where most unfairness occurs within institutions. Without the transparency, where it's said that, you know what, you are here in this department. In order for you to get to the next level, you need to do A, B, C, D. And once A, B, C, D is finished, it's understood that you qualify to get to the next level. The problem is that this now depends on everybody's thinking. And people will come with various criteria every day, depending on which side of the bed they woke up in. And the worst part that I've experienced in my case is someone who just said, you know what, you are a 3 winner out of the 5. He did not even want to look at the performance agreement, not the performance, the report, no alignment whatsoever. And I told myself, you know what? I'm qualified as an assessor. I don't play these games. I appealed to the highest level. After 2 or 3 years, I was given my bonus. So there are times where you have to just fight. You have to fight sometimes. And then the issue of the international networks. Universities have some come up with certain kind of criteria where your PhD student, when you submit the name, you must submit 6 potential markers for your student. I mean, where have you ever heard of that? So if you've got 4 students graduating with a PhD, you must have 24 different international people. And people are not aware of the fact that now they are inhibiting women from moving on, in that these networks are not available for some of them. And one thing I have to mention, I'm running out of time, is this one of intersectionality. Issues of gender, when we talk about women, you have to ask which women. You have to ensure that there's parity in terms of that intersectionality. Black women, gender and race, disability and gender, age and gender, all these things have to come together within women, not just focus on the same type of women and think that you have changed the status quo, because diversity is not going to be there, decision-making is not going to be there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Matata. This brings such an important point that you've raised, that not only is there gaps in science and STEM, but also in our academic spaces where we're supposed to grow and then reach that science space in order to use it to solve problems. So if we're still having problems just where in our workspaces, it will be very difficult to achieve that. So thank you so much for bringing that to our attention. Now is question time. So is there anyone who would like to ask a question? We're running over time a little, so we're only going to take 2 to 3 questions, so we're in time for lunch. Okay, so I have a hand up here first, and then, ooh, so many, okay, over there on top, and then over here.
Do I go first? Okay. Is it afternoon? Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Susan Biachika from GIZ, also a coordinator for Women in Green Hydrogen, South Africa, which is also science. I'm glad to be here. My question, Dr. Matutu, thank you for sharing with us about the challenges and the opportunities in University South Africa. So I've interacted with some researchers, lecturers in university. I'm not one myself, but I've had some of their challenges being doing research without industry exposure. So the question for them was the expectation that they have to produce, as part of their requirements, is to produce a number of academic papers. But after some point, as one of the requirements for them to advance, right? And at some point there was fatigue with doing research that is not really industry-based because of the lack of partnerships in industry to make their research relevant. So my question to you is, what opportunities are there to bridge the research industry gaps, just to kind of address those frustrations that some may feel are holding them back from making advancements? And if there is an entity, for example, GIZ, where I work, that is looking to, support this research academia industry platform, how do we then go about it with your entity? Thank you.
Tu said that she will take all the questions at once, so you can go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Lenore Sebupa. I'm a medical physicist at Steve Biko, and I'm a lecturer at University of Pretoria. So my question goes to you, Dr. Isop. So yes, I do agree with you. Radiotherapists tend to forget their dosimeters, but it's not only for radiographers, but only physicists as well. Well, I'm in a male-dominated profession, and we have few females, and they tend to shy away from obviously approaching us for dosimeters. And I'm just wondering, is your application available for physicists as well? Because it would be great. We had a case where we had an intern who fell pregnant, and she shied away from telling everybody that she was pregnant because she didn't want to, delay herself. But obviously that is not advisable, especially during the first trimester of the pregnancy. So at least if we have applications like yours available to us as well, it will help us to help our females in medical physics as well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that. Can I answer it, or do you want to answer the first one, maybe? That's fine.
Thank you very much for the question. I think the issue of applied research is quite important, and there was a program that the Department of Science, Technology, Innovation ran. Later on, it was moved to Department of Trade and Industry, where there was a direct relationship between universities and the private sector, and students were being trained within the private sector. I think the Rakeshni will know whether it's still on or not. You remember the the DTI program, the one that was migrated from DST to yes, the TRIP program. That is the one that I'm aware of, where researchers are directly involved and students are being trained. However, universities have partnerships with private sector sometimes. Okay, can you give this to Rakesh?
So the TRIP program sits now with the Department of Small Business, and it's accessible to the industry partner applying on behalf of a university partner. So that it is saying that we are building the strength of the technology and the science capability, and that we have partnered with a strong academic background to build a pipeline. DM, do you want to add?
No, it's small business.
Okay, thank you. So I'll answer your question. Thank you so much for that question. It's funny, I always get this question after I present the app, because people ask me, is it available? And so at the moment, I am in uncharted waters in commercialization. I've applied to TIA, so I'm hoping that it will be successful. But part of the TIA application is very intensive, and they want to know the market. And it's very interesting that with radiation, it's not just in the X-ray department, it's everywhere. It's in the theaters, the orthopedic theaters. If you want to blast a kidney stone, a gallstone, we're there. We are everywhere, basically, in the theaters. And it's not just radiographers that are exposed to radiation. It's your orthopedic surgeons, it's your interventional radiologists. It's everyone who's there using radiation, either therapeutic or diagnostic. So it affects a broad market, including the medical physicists. So definitely that with this TIA application, that if we get funding and we do further it, it will be applicable to a broader market, because obviously radiographers, the population of female radiographers, the last stats I saw was 6,000, about 6,000. And if you think about it, maybe only 10% of that will be pregnant. So we need to broaden the market. Yes. Thank you. Okay, and then there was a question here.
Oh.
Okay.
Is it me?
So not just seeing someone who looks like you, but actually seeing people that you resonate with and who are similar to you as a woman. So, and this idea of femininity, so I think that historically women who lean into more masculine traits tend to succeed. So we're taught to hustle and be a girl boss, and if we want to be included in these male-dominated spaces, we tend to sort of copy their behaviors and choose the same values as the men that are in those spaces. So I think if we get more women into these higher levels, which is what we want to close the gender gap, then, but if they have to change themselves and compromise themselves and be different in order to be at those higher levels, we haven't really won. So to kind of tie those ideas together and actually formulate it as a question, I think my question is kind of, well, if we want more girls to really see themselves in science, we need to allow women to be themselves in science. So how do we allow women to be themselves and still succeed at the same rate? And how do we sort of take this intersectionality further? So make it not just about seeing someone who looks like you, who's maybe also a black girl in science, if you're a black girl in science, but someone you actually resonate with, that she's similar to you and is actually like you.
Okay, and then maybe we can follow up with Tato, after you. Maybe, that would be very interesting because you're in the sports field. Yeah. No, please go ahead. And then we'll also but you're in the sports field, and like you mentioned, that there's a certain form. People think that the scientists are the ones in the goggles, so there's a different appearance. Mm-hmm.
That's a really good question. But for me, it's more like girls knowing where they come from, them knowing that them being where they are or where they want to be, it's because of not only because of themselves, but what other people in their lives have put in to make sure they get where they want to be. So for me, if more girls want to take part in science or are interested in science, I feel like more campaigns should be held, because there are a lot of girls who, like me, who comes from very disadvantaged places. There are more girls like me who don't even know there are such great opportunities. Also me, listening to every speaker who came here saying things I didn't even know about the University of Pretoria, saying very interesting things. So I say if there are more girls are exposed to such experiences, and during that exposure, they're also reminded that it's okay to be who you are, and so yeah.
Thank you so much. Be who you are. That's such great words. Yes.
Yeah, I think this is quite a crucial question, and it can go very far. I've seen engineers who are black women saying that I started drinking beer and I started watching rugby because I wanted to at least have something in common with my peers that we discuss. And I thought, hey, the beer was a bit extra. And until I started drinking wine. Until I started drinking wine, because everybody is just frowning upon you. You don't drink wine. How is it possible? I taught at Stellenbosch University for a good, 6 years or whatever. And everybody is frowning upon you. There's no way in which you can't drink wine. And you see this as synonymous with people who really feel that they want to embrace you in their culture. And in our case, everybody would be surprised. You mean you don't take amas or mas? Or you mean you don't take amacheu? What do you want, Kant, if you don't take these things? And you see, it's not negatively intended. It's meant to embrace you. My daughter has just completed a degree in mechatronics engineering. And we heard her, she's busy with her master's, we heard her saying, "Oh, I'm sweating my balls off." And you're thinking, what? Which balls are we talking about now? So these are the kinds of things that happen when a woman is with boys or with men or with, So I do think that it's the nature of being influenced, and there's no way in which you can run away from it. There will be that one graduation day when there are weaves, there are makeups, there's this, but generally,
for her to be running from one lab to another, tutoring, doing demonstrations in the lab, running. One of the guys even commented that you, who look, when they are showing the graduation photograph, you look like a boy, you telling me that you can look like this? So, so it becomes quite a difficult one. But there are people like myself, there's no way, I've never changed, I'm talking about the look, because I'm with men or whatever. Of course, everybody is surprised. No, man, you must put a wig, you must put a weave, you must put... I've always been like this, not because I want to look like men, but because it's the simplest look one can have. So I am a mathematician by training. I was the first black woman to attain a mathematics PhD. It is a South African university. So that was at the University of Cape Town 26 years ago. I've never had a mathematics teacher. I'm talking about a mathematics academic at university. Taught by men, right through, supervised by men, and recently at Rhodes University we're celebrating a woman who had a mathematics qualification 33 years later with a master's with a distinction. So everybody thought she was the first. Wow. And they were surprised when I said, but I got this 33 years ago, it's just that no one knows about it anymore. So you become such a rare species that no one even recognizes that you have such achievements. Wow. And our system can be very slow. These women mathematicians are not coming. They are very, very far and few in between. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Wow. Thank you for that question. It was so enriching and it opened up so much conversation. It feels like we need to have another session just on that. And I think next time you need to come back and have a presentation and show us your journey because it sounds very interesting. But I'd like to take this opportunity to close this particular session and thank the University of Pretoria and the organizers for inviting me and the speakers and to have this platform to share my work with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hafsa, and for the questions that we had. I know I'm standing in between you and lunch, but I would like to just call on the stage quickly Ms. Thandi Kunene, the Head of Corporate Affairs at L'Oreal, and the following L'Oreal laureates, Kalaletso Otibeng, whose research focuses on metabolic profiles of South African medicinal plants, specifically Melianthus commosus and Hypoxus hemerocalidea. Dr. Gugu Kubeka, whose work aims to develop a pool of material candidates for application in flexible solar panels and related technologies. So as I'm busy mentioning your name, if you are in the room, you can start moving forward. Dr. Mapula Razwinani, whose project aims to design and characterize medicinal plant extracts, hydrocolloid wound dressing that can regenerate burnt wounds by accelerating the wound's closing and regenerating the skin. So ladies and gentlemen, these laureates that are coming to the front and the Deputy Minister, they will be available during the networking session, during the lunchtime. And we are going to invite you to participate in our selfie board mosaic wall regeneration, which will be close to where we're going to have lunch. So we will be there for any questions and demonstrating how it works. So after you get your portrait picture, it will have a number behind it. And on the wall, there'll be a number where you can put your picture on. And at the end, it will actually spell out MIS 2025, which is Women in Science 2025, and that gives you also an opportunity to leave your mark. So the laureates that we called forward, we're introducing you guys to them so that you can see their faces, and during the lunch session, you can also network with them. So I will ask the minister for you guys, before you leave, to allow the Deputy Minister and Dr. Rakeshni and Prof. Maharaj to exit first, and everybody else can follow thereafter. Thank you guys so much. Enjoy lunch, and we will be back at 1:30. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We will proceed with today's symposium, and I hope you had a great lunch and that you guys took your pictures. For this session, I will be introducing Ms. Puleng Tsiye, who is a seasoned science communication and STEM education expert with nearly 20 years of experience. She is the manager of Scienza at the University of Pretoria and the ambassador for the Science Diplomacy Capital for Africa initiative. She's known for promoting accessible science learning, and she was awarded an Australian Fellowship in 2017 for her contributions to science engagement. Her work focuses on bridging the gap between science and society through strategic programs and collaborations. And if I might add, I think I might, in a low-key, be a product of Scienza. So without any further ado, help me welcome Puleng Tsiye.
Thank you very much, Mpo. I appreciate that. Let me first observe our protocol. I'd like to acknowledge Prof. Musia, our Vice Principal for Student Life, Prof. Maharaj, our Vice Principal for Research and Innovation and Postgraduate Studies. Our deans and our deputy deans that are present today, thank you very much. Our guests and fellow colleagues, please consider all protocols observed. What is nice about working at Scienza is you walk in these spaces and you hear stories like this, like, I think I was there in grade 2. I think I was, I got inspired. So that's what I love about Scienza. Although our turnaround is very long term, we're in it for the long run. All right. I would like to echo the sentiments of our speakers earlier. And honor the giants of 1956, right? Those ladies would be proud of the strides the women have taken in many spheres, and particularly in STEM. You just have to look around the room and you can see how access and diversity has changed and improved. I thank them for their conviction, their resolution, for standing up for a future that they will never see. But they believed in it so much that they were willing to go through some hard times on those streets for our sake. They would be proud of what you have achieved and even more excited about the path that you are creating for those that are coming after you. I wear many hats. Mommy. The other day I was told, Mommy, you're my dude. So dude just entered the room. But today I would like to introduce myself as a STEM and innovation pipeline strategist. I coined that to give you a picture of what that looks like. Imagine or picture a factory line. I'm the one screaming, more science, more curiosity, more access, definitely more innovation. That's me, in a nutshell. I work with STEM innovators from their snotty years, through their attitude phase, their unsure first years in university. I work with the ready for change young researchers and the accomplished impact makers of the University of Pretoria. Ladies and gentlemen, I work at Scienza, the Science Center of University of Pretoria. Our focus is on STEM awareness and promotion. We want to make STEM accessible, relevant, and tangible. And we do this through innovative programs that are developed by the amazing Scienza team. I tell you guys, I have the most amazing team in the world, who create programs like the curriculum support videos for primary schools that are on our YouTube channel, the currently running teacher support in coding and robotics and astronomy, There's STEAM library pop-ups that are currently going around Tshwane to reach a different demographic for our center. They recently hosted Merck Curiosity Cube, a global partnership that brought in over 1,000 learners to come and engage in AI activities in a space of 1 week at Scienza. We are definitely supported by the University of Pretoria and its community, by our dean and our deputy deans, and most definitely our industry partners. Unpacking STEM is an interesting concept. Unpacking STEM careers is an interesting concept. I thought about this and I looked at my own life, and never in a million years did I think I would be in STEM awareness and promotion. As a leader and a science communicator, I had set my eyes on becoming a civil engineer, but could not pursue that because of funding, right? So I was left with the option of a BSc. I did the BSc, was not sure. The BSc took long, just because during the duration of the degree, some years I had to take off to go and work. Mr. Edwin Smith from the Mamelodi campus is one of the people I worked for on my off years to pay off my studies, pay off, make enough money to register, come back and complete the degree. So that took a little bit longer. I proceeded to go on and do my honors because I thought, civil engineer, you're outside in the sun. Okay, let's see what is available in BSc. So I did my honors in geography. Worked with some amazing people right there. But really, I was not sure. I had not found my feet within STEM as to exactly what I wanted to do. Until, ironically, I walked into Scienza. That's where my journey began. The space really resonated with me because I saw a platform where science came alive, where students did not have to rely on textbooks for an experiment. It just became a living thing in front of me instead of an abstract thing that I had read in textbooks. So I thought, wait, I want to be part of this. I have to be part of this. There are girls like me who needed this. And so I stayed in science communication. And that is my journey. What's interesting about unpacking and looking at STEM careers is people tend to, for a lack of a better word, faff about where they start. And that's not really the point, right? It is where you're going that matters. How you get there, how many detours you get, really becomes part of the journey anyway. They enrich you, they expose you to things that you will need in the future. So that's one thing I would like for us to bear in mind as we unpack and we continue to consider the possibilities and the opportunities and limitations of the fields that we have decided to follow in. We have to bear in mind that careers are not linear. It makes it so much easier for a first year to focus on being in first year because they understand that I will get exposed to so much more in this career that I don't have to stress today, right? We have to bear in mind the existing barriers that really have been spoken about throughout today. We have to talk about the A-class syndrome that the minister referred to that really knocked the confidence of many of us that can contribute because we thought you can contribute to science in one way. And we know now, thank goodness, that that's not the case. You can contribute to science in so many ways. The language barriers, we see this a lot at Scienza. We're a very small team that has big dreams and do a lot of big stuff. But language is one thing that is always prominent when the learners walk through our doors. We try to diversify our team as much as possible so that we've got somebody that can. But we get instances where in an afternoon, we get 200 Tsonga-speaking learners. And the nice thing about South African languages is that they've got, those overlaps. And now we have to go and dig for those overlaps so that these children have a valuable engagement. They have available time, that they're not limited by by the language that we speak. So we try our best to manage with the language barriers, but it is an issue that we face. Lack of exposure. For me, this was the case. That's why I joined this. I was like, let's spread the news, right? Lack of funding, as Elia spoken about. Unemployment of STEM graduates that are employable, but they're just not getting the opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, that's my journey for now. Let me introduce our first speaker today, Ms. Thandi Kunene, Head of Corporate Affairs at L'Oreal South Africa, with over 2 decades of experience in consumer goods and beauty sectors. She's responsible for overseeing the company's strategic communications and public relations and community initiatives. Ms. Thandi, your stage is yours.
So good afternoon, everybody. I'm really sorry if you guys are tired of hearing my name because today is so not about L'Oreal. We just took this opportunity to really be a partner to something that is so important. And you know, as I've been sitting through the day and listening to everybody speak about science and what STEM stands for, you know, in my world, M stands for marketing. So please bear with me. I have no fancy things to show you, but what I want to do today is just to try and open up the door to what, you know, graduates of STEM can do in the beauty industry. So while I'm very happy to see the ladies wearing their red lipstick, you know, the beauty industry is not as frivolous as some people think, and I'm hoping I can change that mindset a little bit. I also realize that it's after lunch, the energies are low, so I have brought some bribery. I am not shy, I know my audience. So please, I'm just asking for a little bit of energy. We are almost there, okay? Cool? Cool, all right, super. So thank you for the introduction, Bulling. And as the head of corporate affairs at L'Oreal, often I'm speaking about things like ethics and corporate affairs and stakeholder engagement. But today, I get to speak about something that, despite me being a marketer, is very personal to me. Women, science, and especially smashing a few glass ceilings, possibly in red lipstick as well. So let's start to see where the energy is at. By a show of hands, how many of you have ever thought of the beauty industry as a part of the STEM field? Excellent. Our audience is here, okay. So I have got 2 gifts, so I want 2 answers if you don't mind. What kind of opportunities do you think exist for STEM students in the industry? Yes, ma'am. Pardon? What would they do with chemical engineering? Remember, you're speaking to a marketer. Yeah, that sounded clever. Excellent. Yes. Love it. So you can come get your gift a little later from me, okay? Yes, bribery. Yes, ma'am, with the beautiful afro. I'm so sorry, friend. Yes?
Okay, we are both nurses. We were fighting to answer on behalf of nurses.
Yes?
Nursing science.
Nursing science?
Yes.
Okay, tell me,
because
please.
it blends art and science. The art part is the caring aspect, and the science part is whereby we
How
do the
does this play into the
pathophysiology.
beauty industry? Yes, fellow nurse?
I'm still there.
Go for it, yes?
How it blends into the beauty industry is that a lot of people ignore the fact that the skin is an organ.
Yes, ma'am.
And a lot of the products that L'Oreal produces can, you know, speak to some of the issues that climate change can affect the skin. And so looking at the interaction of your products with our skin, yeah, that's how.
Excellent. Well done. Well done. I love it. Fantastic. So before I get into, I'll have more questions, don't worry. So before I get into the actual content I just want to introduce you to L'Oreal Group, and then I want to introduce you to L'Oreal South Africa, and then I'll get into the content. It'll start. There we go. Great, so now you know what our Mama group does. Let's show you a little bit about what we do in South Africa. Oops.
L'Oreal opened its first South African operation in Johannesburg in 1963, infusing Parisian elegance with South Africa's vibrant beauty and fashion, celebrating an aesthetic embraced by all who dared to love it. The 60s marked a beauty revolution characterized by bright colors and bold silhouettes. The consumer division of Elabel opened its doors in 1968, introducing the Elnet hairstyling range. This marked the democratization of beauty, where diverse beauty standards began to be acknowledged. Right after L'Oreal established its first South African factory in Florida, west of Johannesburg in 1972, the company listed on the Paris Stock Exchange the following year. In South Africa, amidst a burgeoning demand for quality beauty products, L'Oreal leveraged these newfound resources to tailor products that resonated deeply with local consumer preferences. This marks the era when L'Oreal South Africa introduced the L'Oreal Luxury Division to the market, launching with Lancôme and Ralph Lauren. L'Oreal's products became synonymous with self-expression and empowerment. As South African women embraced their individuality, L'Oreal introduced vibrant hair dyes and makeup that echoed the era's mantra, "Because I'm worth it."
Actually, I don't mind spending more for L'Oreal because I'm worth it.
As L'Oreal stepped into the glam era of the 80s, the company continued to redefine beauty standards with bold innovations and a foray into luxury.
No Lie Relaxer from Dark and Lovely is the only way for me to go. Dark and Lovely is such a pleasure. It makes me feel like dancing.
By 1997, L'Oreal introduced Maybelline to the South African market. Entering the new millennium, L'Oreal acquired Soft Sheen Carson. This dawn of the 2000s brought a wave of technological advancements and an expanding product portfolio.
My Relaxer does it all.
Dark and Lovely, only from Soft Sheen Carson.
We welcomed brands such as Garnier Skincare in 2000 with our first black ambassador, Nzinga Quinta. In 2001, we housed all of our products in a single warehouse in Midrand, north of Johannesburg, 10,000 square meters in size. We also extended the range of products that were manufactured at the new factory in Midrand after the 2002 relocation from Florida. We didn't stop there. The momentum of brilliance continued with breakthrough innovations. In 2010, we took over Yves Saint Laurent Beauty. We remained dedicated to inclusivity, crafting products for diverse African consumers. Into the 2020s, L'Oreal continues to lead the beauty industry with a focus on innovation, inclusivity, and sustainability. It is beauty backed by science in action. Thanks to our evaluation labs, we've validated and extended the Maybelline Fit Me foundation with 16 new shades, allowing women across the African continent to have a foundation that perfectly matches their natural skin tone. Inclusivity remains at the core of L'Oreal's values, celebrating South Africa's rich diversity. For 6 decades, L'Oreal has been at the forefront of beauty in South Africa. As we look to the future, L'Oreal's commitment to innovation, sustainability, and inclusivity continues to shine, creating the beauty that moves Africa.
Okay, so this was not just a marketing thing. It was really important for me. It's really important for us to explain to people who see L'Oreal and our competitors as just lipstick and foundation. But it's created by something. We don't wake up and there is a lipstick. This is all a science behind the products that we make. Even the perfumes that we make or the fragrances we make are made by scientists. And it's important for us to be able to show young women scientists that you have a place that is not just about marketing the lipstick, but creating the next innovation for African consumers. So this is just a quote from our deputy CEO, and she's in charge of R&I. She's based in Paris. And as a female herself, the quote is that science has always been at the heart of L'Oreal's model. For more than 115 years, our now over 4,000 scientists of the world have a single obsession: to innovate and provide our brands and consumers with the best of science and create unequaled beauty experiences that meet their infinitely diverse needs and aspirations. So we were born of a scientist. So our very first product ever was a hair dye, and that was made by a scientist. So let me show you a little bit more about the R&I division within L'Oreal. Guys, that's cool, no? Yeah. I've got to be my own hype person today. So, as you guys have seen and heard, L'Oreal has over 4,000 researchers globally. And our labs, yes, as you saw in the video, sometimes look like science fiction. You know, there's molecules, you know, the kinds of words you guys use, and petri dishes, and microscopes, even AI. And no, it's not just about creating a better foundation. It's cutting-edge polymer chemistry, green sciences, biotechnology, skin microbiome research, and even neuroscience. So STEM is not just about rockets and robots, as we know. It's also, like the lady said, about restoring skin after cancer. It's about sun protection in Africa. And it's about personalized skincare using AI. This is also STEM, and this is also beauty. So, who wants some prizes? Who can tell me what these numbers are about? Wild guess. What does 29% mean, 69%, 56%? I mean, it's not fair because I know the answers, and you guys don't know L'Oreal, but take a wild guess. 56%, 110, what could it mean? Okay, let me do it this way. Which number represents the number of the STEM workforce globally? This might not be exactly what I said earlier, but it's close enough. Your hand up went first. Which number? Yes, love. No, that is incorrect. I saw a hand here. Yes, sweetie. No, my angel. No. Yes, love. No. One more taker. Yes. 29%. We have a winner. Okay, so women make up 29% of the STEM workforce. Now that, are we feeling a little bit warmed up? Are we ready to do that? Let's do it. So what does, at L'Oreal, we are very female forward, so I'm giving you a clue. What percentage there indicates our global workforce that is female? Yes, love. Yes, no, sorry, I'm so sorry. Yes, ma'am. Yes, we have a winner, yes. And we've got 56% left. What could that mean within the L'Oreal context? So 56% of what roles are held by women? I mean, I've given it away. You've already got a prize. Let's give somebody else a chance. Yes, ma'am? No? Okay, within the context of L'Oreal, within the context of what we're doing today? Yes, ma'am? Oh, so close, but not, no. A little bit simpler, yes? Okay, close enough. So 56% of STEM roles are held by women in L'Oreal. Okay, close enough. And shame, let me make it easier for you. So the last two numbers, because I'm a nice person. We've awarded more than 4,100 women scientists in 110 countries through the L'Oreal UNESCO For Women in Science program. Very, very proud of that. Thank you. Because science needs women, and women need science that understands them. So, what's holding us back? And I think it's already been touched on today. Representation, so one young lady talked about it's not only about black or white, it's also about who you can relate to. So we don't have a lot of people that look like you. I want to say us, but I'm not a STEM person, but that look like you. Bias, and we know that gender bias can start as early as primary school textbooks, where you'll have the boy as the engineer and the girl as the whatever else. We know that this then leads to confidence, girls not believing that it's for them. Society teaches girls to be perfect and boys to be brave. So those are part of the problems. And lastly, I think one of the young ladies mentioned it earlier about you're too pretty to be a whatever. You know, you're too pretty to be a physicist, you're too pretty to be an engineer. Engineering is for boys. And unfortunately, this, despite all of the advances, we still hear this quite a lot. So, in terms of beauty, the STEM careers within beauty, which is what we mentioned a little bit earlier, these are the kinds of opportunities that exist in companies like L'Oreal. You can be a formulation chemist, a packaging engineer, so you know the beautiful packaging we do here, it's also part of STEM. AI developers, now we've got something called beauty tech, where we are trying to make people feel like, you know, this particular machine understands your skin. It's mass products, but making it more personalized. Environmental sciences, somebody I think I was sitting with talked about green sciences. Sustainable packaging is becoming more and more important. Sustainable ingredients, we know. So when we talk about being not only sustainable, but a responsible supplier, that's what we're talking about. And even fragrance developers. So perfumers are also chemists. So I don't want to just tell you that these things exist within a L'Oreal. We've got two lovely young ladies that I did a quick video of who will just talk to you a little bit about what they do within L'Oreal South Africa. I hope it plays just the first one. Yes.
I'm the management trainee for L'Oreal SSA RLI, working in skin and hair. Curiosity. Growing up, I always wondered about the hows and whys and why we did certain, and playing around with my sister in the kitchen, mixing all different ingredients. I find empowerment. I love that what we can create empowers people and allows them to feel their best selves. I always tell them that the sky is the limit, that whatever you think is possible, let's do it, let's try it out. We can create things that we haven't seen before. So let's try it out. If you have an idea, give it a go. Anything is possible if you put your mind to it. If you believe that what you're going to do positively benefits someone or empowers them, go for it. Put in the hard work. Keep pushing your dreams. The sky is the limit, and there's so much that you can achieve by putting in the hard work and going for it. Keep changing the game and pushing the boundaries. I hope that we keep empowering people through our research and innovation here and bettering the lives of many.
Where they, you know, it's the division that looks after, you know, like scale ailments. And they make Vichy and they make CeraVe and those kind of products. So she's moved up in the organization, which is great. And our next one is Ms. Shannon.
I am a formulation scientist and project leader in the hair manageability application domain. Curiosity and my passion to understand how the world works, as well as create innovations that really can change the world. Manages the different projects in the hair care category. We address all the different manageability pain points of our consumer, and we work with all the different stakeholders in the business to coordinate and to produce our innovation. What excites me is being able to really understand consumers and what their pain points are. And from that knowledge, going to create new formulas that meet those pain points. And it's extremely rewarding to be able to see your product launch on the market and for consumers to try your products and then absolutely love what they do. It has to be the Dream Big project. This project allowed me to work with scientists in different fields, as well as the rest of the business here at L'Oreal. It allowed us to uncover new knowledge on curly hair, and it was very exciting. Each of our interns have their own diverse background, and this is super powerful for us. I think that every voice deserves to be heard and respected. This allows us to have a really cool vibe, just being able to include everybody. I would recommend that she is extremely passionate about the cosmetic and personal care industry, and that she looks into courses that offer these kinds of diplomas in the formulation sciences, and from there to continue networking in this industry in South Africa.
Opportunities exist, it's real, these people are real, they're not actresses, I promise. They literally work in our labs in Woodmead, so the opportunities definitely are there. And I can see I'm running out of time, and there's a special lady I want to introduce you to. So I'm going to skip a few slides, and I want to talk to you quickly about the For L'Oreal in Science UNESCO partnership. So this is a flagship initiative of ours that myself and my colleague Michelle, who couldn't be here today, really are passionate about. And this is where L'Oreal doesn't just talk about science and has scientists just somewhere in Paris or wherever they are. We try and have homegrown scientists here that we can fund in their studies as well. So I want to quickly show you the video, and then I want to introduce you to one of our past laureates who's here with us today to tell you a little bit about their story as well, so that the video you can see is real, because a real person's going to come and tell you what it's about. So please enjoy the video.
Hello, fly chick coming through. Nice to meet you, glad you came too. Like your style and you know you got moves. You spit game and you know you spit smooth. Ain't been in love like this somewhat lately. Step into the room with the crown on top. Confident dripping, you will never stop. Everywhere I go, got 'em bound when I'm the queen. Calls from birth, ain't no need to pretend. Haters gon' talk, but still hating in the end. No need for approval to find my own brain. That's in my language, I speak it unchained.
For women in science is something that is very dear to our hearts at L'Oreal. Historically, women have always been less present in the science field, STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, whereas we know for a fact that when you have women in teams, they have better efficiency, they have better creativity, there is better team spirit, more collaboration, and that's why L'Oreal partnered with UNESCO and created For Women in Science. So very happy, very excited. I really love to see what happens with the laureates afterwards, and we keep in touch with them. We're seeing their projects come to fruition. I see them that there's a lot of them traveling for their work, and it's absolutely incredible.
The standard of excellence this year was just something else. I mean, we were totally blown away. All of the applications were so excellent. It's important for me because women always bring that extra touch. So for me, that's why it's important to incorporate women, because you get that added value.
Science is no respecter of sexes. Science is for everybody. The most important thing is that there are so many opportunities that have opened up which never used to be there, even for women. We just need to push that envelope even further and encourage these women to be involved in STEM, because you need to have that science, you need to have that technology.
Because UNESCO really tries to celebrate the women scientists. It's a way of bridging the gender gap in the sciences. It's important to work together with partners to make sure we can actually stimulate women really taking STEM subjects, STEM subjects. It's very important for UNESCO to really making sure we can actually bridge the gender gap.
This award means the world to me, and it means that what I've done over the past few years has actually amounted to something, and that the hard work I've put in has been worth it. This award means something to me personally. So a lot of scientists struggle with imposter syndrome, and I feel so empowered to know that what I'm doing actually makes a difference, and it makes me want to go share that with the rest of the world.
So getting this award, it should motivate others to know or to see that everything is possible. So as long as you put yourself into it, you can achieve anything.
Winning this award is a great honor, because where I come from, it's not something that is common, especially for women. If you pursue and believe in the dream that women are still relevant and are yet still relevant, I'll be passing it on to the next future generation of our young women in science.
So this award for me, it means a lot. So it's a validation of the great work that I'm doing, and it's just motivated me to do more.
this award comes to me at a time where I was feeling kind of defeated in a way, but then now it's putting a stamp on my efforts. This shows me that the work that I do every day is important, and I'm happy. I'm happy to be recognized by UNESCO and L'Oreal.
So those are the awards. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Please don't be fooled. I saw you. I don't know if anyone noticed that there was a man getting an award. It was because his wife couldn't make it. Okay, it's UNESCO for women in science. Just saying. Okay, so I'm almost done. Okay, almost done. So I think I got 2 more slides. So what can we do practically? We can definitely build visibility, so we can share more stories of women in science and tech, especially in Africa, like we've done with Google, like we're trying to do today, like we try to do with our awards. We can normalize the intersection of STEM and identity, where culture, femininity, creativity, and science can coexist. We can speak up early, so to correct the biases when we see them. And we can partner smartly, which is why L'Oreal feels privileged to be a part of these conversations. Because when industry, academia, and government come together, that's where the real magic formula lies. So beauty and science have something powerful in common. They both help us see things differently. Because who says you can't code in crimson? Tough crowd. Okay, very last slide. So here I'm looking for my Gen Zs who are looking for product. I need the Gen Zs because I think you guys haven't been tainted by life, are still energetic. Hello, Gen Zs? No? Okay, millennials? Anyone? Okay, so who's willing to put themselves out there? Maybe let's say 4 or 5 of you to come on stage with me, like 6, I need 3 on this side, 3. Please come down. Last slide, I promise you. I promise it's the last one.
She promised you. You got 3, 4. No, she can join in. Join in, Gina. Okay, just stand next to her there. Come.
We are Gen Z. Millennial.
I need you all to be able to read this slide, okay? So, I have created because I am extra like that. And I started off, I was preparing it with like, oh my God, why are you this person? It's because I am. And I think that when I have the opportunity to do something interesting as opposed to doing what I always do. Oh, thank you so much. Oh. Better. When I have the opportunity to do something interesting as opposed to what I do on a day-to-day basis, which is give boring presentations, I will take the opportunity. So I put together what I've called a STEMinist creed, right? It's a South African pledge to break barriers. So what you very brave ladies are going to do is, okay, we might have to rehearse, which is fine. I have created this thing. So it's going to be to music so that it's not flat, it's got a vibe. And there are 2 colors. It's very simple. It's a marketer speaking. Simple. There's red and there's yellow. You will read, I think it's red, but it'll be the top line, and you will read the bottom line. Okay. Now we're going to read it like we mean it, right? Because it's a creed, right? Okay. Can you guys see that? Okay. I need my thing. Oh, I need this thing. Okay. Okay. You ready? Okay. Oopsie, sorry, my fault. We are the daughter. That's not going to work, no? No, no. Okay. Okay. You are the bottom line. You are red. You are yellow. Okay. Yes. Let me give you this. Okay. But we need some. Thank you. I'll read it with you guys because I suppose I wrote it. Okay?
Out loud.
Yes. Just read it like you mean it. Who's going to read it here like they mean it? All of you. Excellent. You will. Excellent. Let's do it. Okay. Got it. Are we ready? Yes. STEM people, are we ready?
We are the daughters of scientists, of seamstresses, of struggle.
We are the blueprint and the bold new.
We take up space in labs, in classrooms, in boardrooms.
We push forward.
We are clever with code and creative with curiosity.
We calculate, we create, we clap back with facts.
We are not waiting to be right, we are ready in right time.
And wearing sneakers, a Duke, lip gloss, and lab coats.
We break barriers like we break generational curses with fire, faith, and focus.
We rewrite what smart look like. We redefine what.
We are the women who fought so we could be here.
Now it's our turn to build for those.
We belong in STEM. We lead in STEM. We rise in STEM.
Because this is just not science.
We are STEMinists. We break barriers, and we're just getting started.
Thank you, ladies. You can go back. Oh, man, alive. Thank you. Can we give these brave souls a round of applause? You know, sometimes when you do things at home, it's like cooking something in your kitchen, and it works out so perfectly. And then when you do it in mass, you know, it's not like how you imagined it. But you guys get the gist of what we were trying to do, right? When we say we're going to break barriers, we've got to be bold. Like what I was doing now, I was putting myself out there, but we've got to do that as women. We can't just say it's not fair that we're not being seen. It's not fair. We have got to do it. We've got to get out there, and we've got to put ourselves out there, and we've got to be strong for ourselves. And if people laugh and people look down on us, we've got to say, I know where I'm going, because we are STEMinists, and we are here to stay. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Tandi. That speaks and echoes 1956. There was a woman that made a decision and followed up on it. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Buchilo Muambazi, President of the UPSRC of the University of Pretoria, a dynamic leader, academic achiever, a dedicated advocate for student empowerment, currently in her final year in LLB studies. She's leading a student body of over 50,000 with a vision, compassion, and strength. Ladies and gentlemen, Buchilo.
As a university student, I can confirm that my attention span disintegrates after 10 minutes, so I will keep it short, sweet, simple. Good afternoon to our vice principals, Prof. Masia and Prof. Maharaj, directors, deans, members of staff, esteemed guests, researchers, academics, change makers, and the trailblazers of tomorrow. It is both an honor and a responsibility to stand before you today, not only as the SRC president, but as a young woman shaped both by struggle and strength. According to the United Nations, women make up less than 30% of the global workforce in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. In sub-Saharan Africa, only 18% of science researchers are women. And across all sectors, not just STEM, women remain significantly underrepresented in leadership, with the World Economic Forum estimating it will take over 130 years to close the global gender gap if we continue at the current pace. And yet, we are not deterred. We are determined. In the words of Maya Angelou, I come as one, but I stand as 10,000. Today I rise to stand for all women as we gather under a powerful banner, her voice in science. And I am here to amplify that voice, challenge the silence, and speak boldly on the topic of gender parity for sustainable development. Gender parity is not a favor. It is not charity either. It is a necessity. For any nation or system to develop sustainably, be it economic, educational, scientific, or social, women must not only be present at the table, but we must also be trusted to lead it. I come from a place where ambition was my fuel and purpose was my compass. Born and raised in Johannesburg by a single mother, a woman of resilience and fierce love, who carried the weight of 3 daughters on her shoulders and the dreams of a better future in her heart. As the eldest of 3 sisters, I grew up knowing that my footsteps had to create a path, clear a path, not just for myself, but for the 2 young women who look up to me. I am the first to walk through many doors, but I refuse to be the last. I am now in my final year of LLB after obtaining a BCom law degree. I served as head girl in my high school, Parktown High School for Girls, chairperson of my residence at Erica, and today I have the privilege of serving over 50,000 students at the University of Pretoria. Each of these roles taught me that representation matters, but representation without transformation is just decoration. I have learned that leadership is not just a position, it is a posture, one that demands courage, consistency, and clarity of vision. When we exclude women, whether in science, education, entrepreneurship, governance, or agriculture, we are not just excluding talent, we're halving the capacity of our nations to grow, innovate, and respond to the world's greatest challenges. Gender parity in STEM is not just about women entering labs or coding software. It's about designing a future that includes all of us. It is about ensuring the innovations we create are informed by diverse minds. It is about harnessing the full potential of our society, not half of it. When women are equally represented in scientific research, medical development, climate solutions, and digital technologies, we create outcomes that are smarter, more inclusive, and more sustainable. While today's theme focuses on STEM, and rightfully so, we must remember that parity is needed across all sectors. In law and politics, we need women who write policy, not just those affected by it. In media, we need women who shape narratives, not just fit into them. In business, we need women who don't just rise through the ranks, but redesign the ladder altogether. And in rural development, healthcare, and education, areas that women are impacted the most, we need gender parity that is not just symbolic, but systematic. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, whether it's quality education, clean energy, or climate action, cannot be achieved without the full participation of women, period. Because the women bring more than numbers. We bring narratives, we bring nuance, we bring solutions rooted in lived experience and anchored in empathy. Let's be clear. Sustainable development is not just about conserving resources for the future. It's about creating systems of justice, access, equity now. Too often, young women in STEM face glass ceilings, leaky pipelines, and concrete walls. They are made to feel like guests in spaces where they are born to own. That must change, and it starts with unpacking bias, dismantling barriers, and rebuilding belief. both in ourselves and each other. In my role as SRC president, I've seen the impact of inclusivity firsthand. I've come to understand that parity must be fought on every level, from student governance to national policy. We've launched campaigns to address student hunger, financial exclusions, safety issues, access to healthcare, and resources that disproportionately affect young women. These are not just university matters. They are human rights issues. They are gender issues. Because when a young woman can't register due to finances, or drops out due to a lack of mental health support, or is discouraged from studying engineering because of stereotypes, we all lose. Leadership taught me that we cannot ask young women to rise in the system that is designed to keep them on their knees. We cannot ask women to lead in broken systems and expect them not to break. We must transform the system, not the woman. We need mentorship pipelines, not gatekeeping. We need policies with teeth, not just slogans with sparkle. We need men as allies, not as rescuers, but as co-builders of a future where every single voice matters. So, to all the women in this room, own your voice. You don't need to ask for permission to take up space. You are the blueprint, not the backup. Your voice in science, in law, in leadership, it is not an echo. It is the original sound. To the educators, policymakers, and institutions, let us not only open doors, let us remove the barriers to the buildings, fund women, mentor women, trust women in STEM, make room for brilliance, not just compliance. And to all of us here today, may we move from conversations to commitments, from promises to policies, from inspiration to implementation. May we not only aspire to equality in numbers, but to equity in experience, equity in influence, and equity in outcome. Because gender parity is not just a checkbox. It is the key to unlocking our collective future. As I close, let me leave you with this. Gender parity is not an ideal, is not a distant ideal. It is the foundation upon which sustainable development stands. To achieve a future that is smarter, fairer, and stronger, we must build it with both hands, and one of those hands must be of a woman. As I always say, and in closing, lift others as you rise. Because when one woman rises, she pulls generations with her. So let us rise, not just for ourselves, but for the little girl who dreams of wearing a lab coat, leading a courtroom, building a nation, or standing at this podium. Her future depends on your voice today. Thank you.
Thank you to our speakers, and thank you for the audiences that are still here. Quite a lot to chew on after you already had lunch. But we'll take about 2 or 3 questions, and then we will close our sessions. So may I please get those hands? I've got a gentleman at the back, the lady here. I've got 2. Okay, that's it. I got 4. Green jacket and gray top. Thank you. The color gray just went. All right, gentlemen, please continue. Yes.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. And my name is Tandile Ngoi. I'm from the DSTI, Science Communications. I just have a few questions for all the speakers, and I'll just start with Ms. Kunene. Doctor, is it Doctor or Miss? Mrs. Right. Oh, it's on there. Mrs. Kunene, I just have one question for you, and I'm going to ask it on the backdrop of what was spoken or was said a bit earlier on. DM, she was here and she touched on not painting a picture of science as something for a certain few. I think she mentioned high flyers. And Dr. Rakeshni also spoke about who gets to see themselves as scientists and who does not. So against the backdrop of that, my question is, as important as it is to celebrate women in science, as will be done, I think, a week or two from now at the Sawisas, how do we balance, and I'm going to loosely say we, so just go with me. How do we balance celebrating women in science with not perpetuating, but not reinforcing the idea that science is for a certain few, or only a certain few can succeed in science? And for our SRC president, I do have a question. I'm just going to fire it quick. Can you briefly talk about the challenges around gender in STEM that you've observed amongst your peers in the university space as well, that you think do not get enough attention? And I think I have one question for there's a lot of questions here, as you can tell, but Miss Sia, I do have one for you as well. Given your line of work and your work at Cienza, how early do you think we should be introducing young girls to science, and what sorts of interventions do you think are worth honing on? So, yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. Tandy, can I go first? Yes. Okay. Thank you for that question. Ladies and gentlemen, please going forward, minding our time, let's just have one question. But to answer you, thank you so much for your questions. We really do appreciate it. As early as you can get them in. As early as you can get them in. Science is a way of thinking. So it's not necessarily being in a lab. So a way of thinking is something that you can teach in your home. You can start to cultivate that as early as possible. Some of the tools that we use for our younger visitors are puppet shows. These young innovators are very inclined to stories, and we just use that to teach them about science, whether we're talking about molecules or we're talking about elements. So as early as you can get them. Support for ECDs, quite important also, because the thing is, what is interesting about the position of the university is the fact that they get the students when everybody else is done with them. So good luck to the university, because sometimes really they have a lot of challenges to face, as alluded to earlier. So it is support for the teachers, for the whole sector of ECD. We really need to put much more investment in that. Thank you. Tandy?
Thank you. So if I could just clarify, when you say, or when you ask that science is not for some, are you talking about males versus females? Is that what you are talking about? I'm not sure who some is.
Not necessarily males or females, but I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm a bit stuck now.
Can I help?
Yeah, you can.
Okay,
you
so
can.
what I heard when you were asking was the fact that what we saw was central to women, right? And with the challenges that the South African boy or the African boy the South African boy also has, yes. Where is his place when he looks at this video and looks at L'Oreal?
Yeah.
Yeah, but also in addition to that, the idea that, so you can also lump in that idea that science is not only for men, you can say, but also women, you can open it up. But also, science is not for certain people, maybe like in terms of location, you can get in science regardless of where you are. It may be harder, you know, for someone in the villages, if they want to get into science, what can they do, and what can be done to communicate to them that it is possible. So science is not for some. I'm going to tangle myself up if I don't
No,
stop.
it's okay. We get you. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much, sir.
No
Go
worries.
ahead, Sandy.
So, of course, completely agree. Science is not for some. Science can be for all, because we've also got to remember that we're all different people. Not everybody wants to go into the sciences. So we understand that STEM is important, but somebody like me wanted to go into a different career path. So what we do as L'Oreal, however, to make sure that we don't only focus on the city universities, so to speak, with our programs is, you know, this is why Gugu and I were talking about earlier. She told me a story about, you know, she grew up in Limpopo, in a village. You know, she fell in love with chemistry because of her teacher. And when she decided to go to university, she went to Rhodes, but didn't even know what Rhodes was. It's because it happened to be an application paper that she saw, and she thought, oh, it's a university in South Africa. So when we extend our invites for women, because it is a Women in Science initiative, and it's because we are not yet at the point, you know, because men or boys at the moment, they're more inclined, or people are more inclined to accept them doing sciences. For women, it is more, we do need more encouragement. We do need to see more people like ourselves in order for us to get to the 50-50, and then we can start talking about, should we be even having programs that are about women only? But as L'Oreal, we do not just go to the universities where it's the more affluent, maybe let me say that. We've got universities from Limpopo, we've got universities from all parts of the country, and it's if you are willing to apply, and it's not even about sciences that are about beauty. I mean, one of our laureates 2 years ago, I think, did some research on bats. It has nothing to do with what we do at L'Oreal, but it's not about us. It's really, the initiative is about promoting the sciences, whether it's environmental or whatever the sciences are, to women. So it's, we try to make sure that it's not for the few. We try to make sure it's for the many. And this is why we also want to partner with the Science you know, so we can start to move past just postdoc and doctorate. We need to be able to partner with organizations like this so that all students, all learners, as early as we can get them, we start to promote the love of science.
Thank you. Uchilo?
Thank you very much for the question. I really don't want to misrepresent women in STEM who are studying, being a law student myself. Your question is a very niche question, but I think if I had to think from the top of my head, outside of systematically, I think some of the challenges that women in STEM face are already on the ground, starting from the foundation, and whether that is their colleagues or their peers, within the stereotypes and biases that they come with. I can't work with a woman in a group assignment because they're too emotional, or they're not confident enough, or actually she's too pretty, so maybe she doesn't have, you know, the brains to accompany it. So I think outside of curriculum or systematic challenges, I definitely think for women in STEM, it really starts on the ground with some of their colleagues. I hope I did represent women in STEM adequately so.
Thank you. Go ahead, Lisa.
Good afternoon. My name is Vusani. I run the Geology Museum. It's by the Mineral Sciences Building. We're still repacking after immense renovations, but I'm encouraging everyone who is here to bring in their kids, their nephews, their nieces, so that we can introduce geology to them as early as possible. So my question might be a bit biased because I also get the young ones coming in, right? So we always say science is fun, but is it really fun? Having said that, right? Science needs to be accessible and obviously relevant to young minds. What specific support, right? I'm gonna pose this to Puleng. I don't want to talk about it. That science, for example, needs. What kind of support does it need from the university, for starters, from the Department of Education, and to each and every person who is sitting in this room, because we also play a role, so that these young minds get a chance, a foot in the door, to know that we have so many different careers in STEM right from the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you, Vasani. Okay, so from the university, I would say that we already have quite an incredible support from our dean and our deputy dean in terms of the work that we do at Scienza. However, I think it would be beneficial for everybody else to club into Scienza's efforts to reach more learners, to bring in more learners, to go out to more learners. We have a growing outreach leg for our center, and that requires support, right, to go out. I will tell you that the scientists that sit here from the University of Pretoria have been very supportive. They have offered programs. I know Serge is one of them, zoology, plant sciences. These are the people that we can call, right, to come in as role models, to come and showcase also, to expose the people that we engage to different learners. But our efforts are minimal because our staff is small. So I think that would go into that, infrastructural support and staff support. In terms of DBE, I think that there needs to be conversations about priorities between, I would say, DSTI, DBE, and our science centers in the country. They are such an important and an accessible tool outside of the classroom, because when DBE speaks, they speak classroom. When DSTI speak, they speak science centers. And there is such an opportunity for us to work together there and see how we can leverage our strengths to help with the limitations that exist within our education system. For the individuals that are here, these are people of industry, these are colleagues, these are scientists. We were just saying with Tandi that we're exploring opportunities to work together. We've got Carmen, who also leads an amazing podcast that we're looking to work with. Let's have a conversation and see how we can work together. It is about exposing the people in your community. Sometimes that's what it takes, taking Scienza to your community so that you expose them to what it has. On its own, Scienza cannot get to all communities. But with your help, I'm sure we can do a bit more than what we are doing at the moment. Thank you. The lady in green. Go ahead, my lady. Go ahead. She has the mic, yes, it was her. Then I'll come to you after the gray lady, okay? Yes. Thank you, madam. Yes.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Baballo Radingwana, lecturer, senior lecturer at the Department of Geography from UNISA. The challenges that we are facing, I will just make reference to the module that I'm teaching, which is focusing more on general African challenges, from geographical locations to governance to conflict, climate change. The challenge that we are facing is some of the students or the cohort of students that we do have, they are struggling with certain concepts when it comes to geographical sciences. So my question was that now as higher institutions, we are expected to transform our curriculums, to Africanize our curriculums, and to also revolutionize some of the pedagogies that we are going through when we teach our students. So My question is, what are some, I'm referring my question to you, Ms. Puling. What are some of the community engagement initiatives from your department that we can collaborate through to actually bridge the gap between higher institutions of learning and then our high schools in an attempt to meet them where they are at, especially high schools that are in rural areas? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that question. I'm glad you're willing to work together. I think if we do get together, we can figure something out. Geographical sciences is also, I studied geography, I liked it, but it's not something that is well marketed within our young people at the moment. And we've got that opportunity when we go out to bring departments with us to come and spread the word and expose learners to something that is other than nursing and teaching, and I'm not sure what people are exposed to. Young people are exposed to. But really, there is an opportunity to work together when we go out on our outreaches, when we do have people coming to our center to come and showcase what you're doing so that we expose them, increase their choices. Okay, thank you very much. One last question, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, the gray. Yeah.
Yes.
The last question from the gray lady, and we are already out of time. Sorry about that.
It's going to be quick.
Thank you.
The grey lady is Anele from GIZ.
Thank you. Thank you, Zanele.
No problem, no problem. Just a quick one for you as well, Aspuling. So sorry for all the questions. But I am interested in finding out how you go about integrating new technologies into the offering that you have at Science Symposium, all of it. What is the process for getting that done? And also then just to say a big thank you to Thandi. You completely reminded me that lipstick doesn't fall out the sky. It's actually made somewhere, so thank you for putting that back into my head. And Buchilo, you are a force. You're a force.
Zanele, so we've got a couple of interventions that we have. We've got an exhibit space that we are equipping with technological-based exhibits. Our programs are, we've got coding and robotics. We're in the process of procuring VR to come and support also our programs. We also have a mobile planetarium that helps or gives you this immersive experience of what astronomy is. It's not limited to just astronomy, but at the moment that's what we're using it to. I think it's a matter of content that we can get or create that helps our learners visualize and really live the science that we're talking about. We are starting conversations with the IT department. There's a VR department that also develops content. So there are opportunities to grow that technology within our offerings. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are 5 minutes, almost 5 minutes out of time. I would like to apologize to you, my lady, but the conversation does not stop here. There is an opportunity to talk after this. I will hand over back to Mpho.
Thank you so much to our speakers. Please stand so that Mariki can also get a picture of you guys before you take your seats. And while she does that, I will be introducing Yanga Malotana, who will be giving us the high-level summary of the day's deliberations. So, thank you again for your presentations. And I'm so glad, Thandi, that you made us scream and shout and get up, because some of us were like, but I'm glad there was no pap on the menu, so I see people are still wide awake, sort of, but we're almost there. So Yanga is an energy policy and climate change analyst and a PhD candidate at the University of Pretoria, supported by the Andrew Mellon Foundation and Ellen Gray Orbis Foundation. She serves as a project manager and communications lead for the Emerging Scholars Initiative. And also, as an external stakeholders coordinator for the Indian Ocean Rim Association Academic Group SA. Her work focuses on blue economies, climate change, energy, and trade, combining academic research with practical impact through innovation and strategic collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Yanga.
Thank you so much, Mpho. That could have just ended at Yanga Malotana, and I would have been very happy. Allow me to say all protocol observed, and I have got the role today to come and do our high-level summation of the discussions that we had today. I will confess, though, as a political scientist, sustainability scholar, I found this a little bit more difficult to prepare for than I would working with government officials and summarizing their deliberations. I'm feeling a little bit out of place, but I'm very honored to be here. Today has been nothing short but transformative. We gather today under the theme Unpacking STEM Careers, Her Voice in Science, not merely to discuss women's participation in STEM, but to challenge ourselves toward urgent action. As we've heard today repeatedly, this symposium must serve as a catalyst, a call for action, and more importantly, a call for systemic change that the STEM sector desperately needs. We started the day with setting the foundation where the uncomfortable truth and yet bold vision was introduced by our speakers. Dr. Rashni came in through delivering a sobering reality, telling us that despite progressive statistics, we're still facing 123 years to close the gender disparity gap. Her words cut through any complacency. Representation does not equate to gender justice. In this significant year marking the Beijing 30, we must confront not just the absence of women in STEM, but the systemic barriers that perpetuate what she powerfully termed the pull her down PhD, women who do not support women. Dr. Rashni also outlined a crucial three-tier approach that called for gender-responsive programs and expanded access to mentors and role models, and leveraging universities as anchor institutions with inclusive strategies at their core. Her call was clear. We need sustainable, safer, equitable futures built from the ground up. Prof. Maharaj came through and reinforced this urgency by declaring that humanity is sabotaging its own sustainability by underutilizing women in STEM. While UP celebrates its achievements in gender equality and initiatives like the Women in Leadership program, he emphasized that success breeds success, but only when we design research systems from the ground up with equity in mind. His rallying cry resonated that strength knows no gender. And of course, this led us to perhaps one of the most provocative moments of our day when we had the Deputy Minister here, Nomalungelo Gina, who came through and was challenging the very premise of the discussions that we have today. She asked, should we really be imagining a world where we already have more women and girls in science when South Africa is made up of majority women? It should not be a matter of imagination, but something that should be a reality. And yet the 123 years says something different. Her question stuck at the heart of our complacency. Why are we stuck in cycles of imagination when this should be our reality? Dr. Gina drew powerful connections between South Africa's democratic journey and STEM equity, noting that for every woman that breaks through, many more still have their doors closed. She's highlighted the critical need for grassroots approaches, initiatives like UP Scienza that demystify science as accessible to all and not just quote-unquote brilliant learners. I will say I was a little bit triggered by the levels in terms of classroom of Class A, Class B, Class C, Class D. To give you a little bit of context, in my case, I was put in the A class, but I was very much an F learner when it came to mathematics, so you can imagine my struggles. But her message was still very, very important, that diverse teams solve complex problems more effectively, but representation alone is not enough. We need urgency, agenda setting, and problem solving. She reminded us both visible and invisible barriers women face, calling on academic and business sectors to prioritize gender equality alongside government efforts. Most memorably, she concluded by saying that if you can rise, bring someone with you, embodying the solidarity that must define our path forward. We, of course, then moved into our first thematic session of the day, led by the brilliant Dr. Hafsa Esop, who demonstrated exactly what our opening speakers called for: authentic intergenerational dialogue. The conversation between a high school girl, an entrepreneurial scientist, and the CEO of Universities South Africa revealed both the continuity of challenges and the evolution of solutions. Dr. Esop posed a question that resonated throughout the room: how can we close the gap when our plates are so full? Her answer, embodied in her fantastic Pregidose app, was beautifully practical: solve real-world problems with tangible solutions. But she reminded us that innovation happens within supportive ecosystems. We need our village to be supportive if we are to close the gender gap. Her observation about women's high pain threshold struck a chord. Too often we adapt to problems instead of solving them because of said threshold. The postgraduate space, she argued, should be where we identify problems and develop science and technology solutions, planting seeds of inspiration for the next generation of inventors and innovators. Ms. Thato Simono delivered perhaps our most profound moment with her declaration: I may not be a woman in science, but I'm a young woman and I am alive. To live is to be a part of science. Her perspective from Tuck Sport High School revealed how artificial the divide between sport and science truly is. She shared with us that raised by strong women who taught her that she carries her dreams forward, Thato embodied her mother's wisdom that nothing is more important than a girl with a plan. She showed us how her grandmother's wisdom, though not scientific in the formal sense, guides her today. Her teachers who encouraged her questioning, her coaches who built her resilience, all contributed to what she beautifully termed as the canvas provided by the village for her imagination to flourish. Dr. Petua Matutu came through and brought an institutional perspective to this village concept through the University of South Africa's concrete actions. The early career research support and women in leadership programs aren't just initiatives. They're systemic approaches to emboldening women in leadership to shape a complex and changing world. But Dr. Matutu confronted us with uncomfortable truths about university transformation. She shared with us that while half of universities genuinely embrace transformation, others treat it as change without change. She challenged us to examine what transformation actually means and how we balance past and future in our policies. Her insights on institutional inequalities were particularly striking. The fact that female professors carry a higher teaching load, face funding challenges, and are overburdened with committee work. Most critically, she noted that if leadership training is not gendered, inequalities actually increase under patriarchal leadership systems. Dr. Matutu, even though I can see she's not here anymore, for me, your own question about more women in humanities and life sciences field raised an important question for me, and allow me to nerd out quickly as someone who used to wear a philosophy cap. If fields like humanities and life sciences are simultaneously considered as empathy-building disciplines, yet become devalued as women's participation increases, what does this reveal about how society actually values empathy versus how it claims to value empathy? This question cuts to the heart of how we systemically devalue women's contributions even as we celebrate their presence. A powerful moment, of course, emerged from the audience engagement when the discussion moved beyond representation to renaissance, emphasizing that young women don't just need someone who looks like them in science, but someone who truly resonates with their experience and aspirations. This insight deepened our understanding of meaningful mentorship and role modeling. Allow me to flip the script a bit with this last session over here, where we heard from leadership, our SRC president, who gave us such incredible words about how the fact that gender parity is not just something that is lived as an everyday experience, but just her by standing here in this podium already represents a couple of things. Standing as one, but representing 10,000, channeling Maya Angelou's words, she delivered perhaps the most personally powerful and politically urgent address of our day. Buchilo's statistics hit like lightning. Women comprise less than 30% of the global STEM workforce. Only 18% of science researchers in sub-Saharan Africa, and at the current pace, it will take over, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa alone, over 130 years to close the gender gap. But her response was not despair, it was determination. Her most piercing insight challenged our very foundations. We cannot ask young women to rise if the system is designed to keep them on their knees. We cannot ask women to lead in broken systems and expect them not to break. We must transform the system, not the woman. Thank you for your fantastic wise words. I have to include Ms. Pulengzi over here as part of a panelist because unfortunately she was placed as a speaker today instead of a moderator. But I'm very happy to hear that because she opened a session that ended up being about beauty to barriers and corporate innovation meeting social reality. Ms. Puleng set the tone for our career exploration with infectious enthusiasm. More curiosity, more innovation, more science, more. Her work with Scienza is exactly what we've heard all day, that STEM is supposed to be accessible, relevant, and tangible. She reminded us that careers are not linear, that we must embrace the detours and critically engage, that language itself can be a barrier. Making science accessible in indigenous languages is not inclusion, it is part of innovation. But perhaps nobody captured the unexpected intersections of STEM quite like Ms. Thandi Kunene from L'Oreal South Africa. And yes, after her presentation, I'm absolutely convinced she's worth it. I'm so sorry, I've always wanted to do that. I have to confess, also as a communication strategist, I wanted to completely geek out over her marketing videos. They were a masterclass in messaging that connected science to self-expression. But beyond that, Tanya's core message was revolutionary in its simplicity. Something that came up multiple times in the presentation was beauty is born from science. This connected beautifully to Tato's morning message insight that to live is to be part of science. And suddenly we could see STEM everywhere, not just in rockets and labs, but in the skincare products that boost confidence, the green science that protects our planet, and the cancer research that saves lives. L'Oreal's messaging evolution told a powerful story, from beauty is our passion to globally to products synonymous with self-expression and empowerment in South Africa, which perfectly aligned with today's themes about women's voices and agency. At the heart of every product is scientific creation, proving that young scientists are fundamentally creators. I sound like a L'Oreal representative, I can hear that now. But more importantly, Thandi didn't just show us career opportunities, from the formulation chemists to AI developers to environmental scientists. She exploded the narrow definitions of what STEM can be. Her diagnosis of what holds us back resonated deeply. Representation, bias, confidence, and culture. Her most memorable insight, society teaches girls to be perfect and boys to be brave. How weird. Her presentation proved that where there is innovation, there's creation. And at that nexus, always science. This was not just a career guidance. It was an invitation to reimagine the boundaries of scientific possibility. As I reflect on today's conversations, several powerful themes have woven themselves through every session, creating a tapestry of a challenge and hope. 1, from representation to transformation. We heard this repeatedly from Dr. Rashni's opening challenge, that representation does not equate to gender justice. Buchilo's declaration that representation without transformation is just decoration. The message is clear. We are done with tokenism. We need systemic change. 2, the power of the village and resonance, Tato's beautiful concept of the canvas provided by the village, Dr. Aesop's call for supportive ecosystems, and our audience insight that young women need more role models who resonate, not just those who look like them. Success in STEM isn't individual, it's communal. 3, science is everywhere. From Tato's profound insight that to live is to be part of science, to Tanya's revelation that beauty is born from science, we've exploded narrow definitions. STEM is not just about the rockets and the labs, it's skincare, green innovation, indigenous language, accessibility, and wherever human curiosity meets real-world problems. 4, systems thinking over individual fixes. Whether it was Dr. Matutu's analysis of university transformation, Bachilo's call to transform the system, not the women, or the Deputy Minister Gina's emphasis on structural barriers, the consensus was clear. Individual resilience is not enough. We need institutional change. 5, intergenerational wisdom. Our most powerful moments came from intergenerational dialogue. The grandmother's wisdom guiding the high school students, early career researchers connecting with established leaders, and the recognition that progress requires both inherited wisdom and fresh perspectives. 6, urgency meets hope. The statistics are sobering. 123 years, 130 years, less than 30% representation globally, either or it's grim. But the energy in this room proves that change is not just possible, it's inevitable when we commit to action. Program director, give me 2 more minutes. I'm almost done. You people talk a lot. Now talking about the way forward. Moving from inspiration to implementation. Today's speakers didn't just diagnose the problems, they prescribed solutions. And here's how we move forward. For the institutions and leaders, move beyond change without change. As Dr. Matutu challenged, half-hearted transformation efforts are worse than no effort at all. Implement Dr. Ashley's 3-tier approach, gender-responsive programs, expanded mentorship access, and universities as anchor institutions for inclusive strategies. Address the systemic inequalities that Dr. Matutu and Deputy Minister Gina identified, the teaching loads, funding challenges, committee burdens that disproportionately affect women. For industry and employers, follow Tandi's lead in reimagining where STEM careers exist, from beauty to environmental science to AI development. Address the confidence and cultural barriers that teach girls to be perfect and boys to be brave. Create pathways that embrace career detours and non-linear journeys. For all of us, embrace Spilleng's rallying cry, more curiosity, more innovation, more science, more. Build supportive villages, not just individual success stories. Make science accessible in indigenous languages, in familiar contexts in ways that resonate with diverse experiences. For the young woman, own your voice, as Ubuchilo commanded. You do not need to ask for permission to take up space. Remember that your success pulls generations forward. If you can rise, bring someone with you. See science everywhere you look, because as Utato reminded us, to live is to be a part of science. Going beyond today, the Deputy Minister challenged us to stop imagining and start implementing. Buchila called us to move from conversations to commitments, from promises to policies, from inspiration to implementation. We must leverage programs like Scienza that make STEM accessible and relevant. We must support initiatives like Women in Leadership programs. We must fund research that includes diverse voices and address real-world problems. And most importantly, we must remember that gender parity is not a charity, it's a necessity. And as Buchilo so powerfully concluded, we need to build our future with both hands, and one of those hands has to be of a woman. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yanga, for that. I think after today, all of us are just going to be saying more. Thank you again. And for the closing remarks and the vote of thanks, I would like to call upon Professor Themba Musia, who is the Vice Principal for Student Life at the University of Pretoria. With over 40 years of experience in higher education, he has held various senior roles, including Registrar, Dean, Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Vice-Chancellor, and was the interim chair of ANSFAS. An expert in quality assurance, governance, and health science education, he has contributed to institutional audits and advisory roles both locally and internationally. Prof. Musia has chaired the Council on Higher Education and served on multiple global networks. He is deeply committed to student leadership development and frequently speaks at national and international forums. He delivers his keynotes with classic style, and if you're not paying attention, you will miss his jokes. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Prof. Musia to the podium.
Boy, I don't know where you get that from. As I say, it's always a rumor like this. People write things about you, you don't even know what the source is. But thank you very much for that generous introduction. And of course, the invitation to hijack your event. Like last year, I always get hijacked. But, you know, I don't believe in giving gifts and presents and stuff like that. I think it's just a commercial activity. But I get overruled all the time in my household. So last year, in Christmas, one of our daughters is a Christmas baby. So I get this present of a T-shirt. And it's written in bold, "Don't scare me. I have a wife and 2 daughters," you know? And it excludes my boys completely. So it just shows how young women, you know, are taking over, and we truly like it, some of us, because at least we can see progress in many ways. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and all our keynote speakers, it's truly an honor for me to once again attend this event. I missed part of it because, you know, we had other commitments, but I'm happy to say thank you very much and congratulations to all of you for all these outstanding contributions. They truly make a difference. They're very insightful and they're thought-provoking, and we like listening to these discussions, but we also want to see implementation, and we see a lot of that from time to time. It's just that it's not enough because the backlog is quite huge, as you heard from the presentations. So we don't take these very lightly, because women play a very critical role in our own lives, but also in the world. And I'm sure the Deputy Minister, as it has been said, and you listened to herself, her keynote was quite inspiring, and I would like to thank her in her presence. She's on her way to the Eastern Cape. She left during lunch, but going to the Eastern Cape, you know, she can arrive tomorrow. It may not be today, so. But we wish her well, because she's quite a distinct voice for us, you know, in the STEM areas and the leadership. So we're truly inspired by the contribution that she keeps making. We welcomed her here last year as well, and we hope that she will continue to unlock opportunities and break those structural barriers in a way that she can from where she is. Ladies and gentlemen, what pains me is that, you know, we're not well beyond the point. We know all the issues. I don't want to rehash everything. But to work on gender parity and breaking the barriers for women, for equal access is a mammoth task. And the participation and the awards given here from L'Oreal, Ms. Kunene, I saw there were no UP women students there. Okay. There's my top scientist professor there, Prof. Wingfield. We did those awards. Okay. Yeah, they should say so. But anyway, thank you very much. I'd also like to thank Chichi for her. If you don't know Chichi, she's the SRC president. You were calling her by names that she doesn't relate to all the time. So thank you very much, Chichi, for representing us well as usual. And it was truly inspiring. And of course, Ms. Simona from Tex High School, Sport High School. We have these young leaders there that are just, so inspiring. And she says, imagine a world with more women and girls in science. And yes, we need more and more women in leadership because you can see yourselves what men do to the world. Look at Trump. Look at Putin. Look at Zelensky. Look at Ramaphosa. Look at Netanyahu, of all of them. They're all men who are just not helping the situation. So, but I can say things like that. I'm a retiree, so I don't need, doesn't change anything in my life. So, but it is true what we hear, that it will be a wonderful world for us really to have women, because women lead with passion. But I've also experienced in my very long work life where women at the top just make it so difficult for other women. And I'm like, what happened? It's like you want to be there by yourselves. But we are aware, so they don't stand a chance. People are more and more vociferous lately, and we see change. So, ladies and gentlemen, I've been giving a lot of time to speak, but I'm incredibly boring for those of you who know, and I hope not to speak that long. But I'm taking instructions here from Professor Maharaj and the Vice Chancellor and Dr. Rakeshni for all the inspiring words that you had here. And it's not a matter of where we start, but we already started. We just have to develop this and become increasingly aggressive to make it possible for women in science. We look at the data around this university, and if you look at the bigger picture, we have more women than men. I think it's 59% or something like that. And if we look at the success and pass rates, we have more women passing than men, more distinctions at graduations. Every time I go there, it's just women getting distinctions. And I wonder where these young people are, these men. Very few of them. So the lead is there. But if you break it down into the STEM areas, you can just see that we need to do more there in terms of the success, but also attracting the students to come to the university. So we have revised our recruitment strategy now, because it's an evolving exercise for us to aggressively get women, young women in science, and also work on the curriculum arrangements to see how best we can be able to attract as much as we can of the young women in science. And I'm sure that, as we break the barriers and discrimination and all of these wicked problems that we face, gender-based violence and all of that, we should be able to actually make some measure of progress. And we are truly indebted to the contributions that our sponsors make, like L'Oreal and others, to actually accelerate the pace in the excellence of these women. And of course, to continuously address, the scourge of gender-based violence. And it's a global phenomenon. And we also had some of these things, and I'm not saying we don't, because most women, suffer in silence. They don't say it. But if we find you at this university, sorry, you're out. So zero tolerance, because we need to see more and more women. So our advocacy is pretty much strong as an institution, but all universities, not only in this country but everywhere else, for the STEM disciplines. And we want to see more and more young girls, especially from disadvantaged schools as well, because I have a picture, not a picture, I think it's those of you who've been to my office, it's a painting from Winterfeld around here, and it just shows poverty, a lot of it. And Chichi knows it, she goes to my office. And there are two human beings there. It's a woman, like a mother, and then a young girl. And I'm saying to students when they come and sell me stories, I don't understand, that, we don't want to talk about entitlement here. Look at that kid from that neighborhood. And if they could get the opportunity that some of you get, these are our next astronomers and all other top scientists and things. So let's work together and bring those young ones up here. So we are truly indebted to you as women for the work that you do. We've got quite a number of them in staff. We've got some of our top-rated scientists here, Prof. Wingfield and others. And of course, even in our professional services, people like Prof. Susan Adendorf, who was the first industrial engineer women at this university. And if you look around our facilities and things, we just give credit to her. She thinks she's going to retire like I do, because we are retiring, but I don't see that happening very easily for her. So, ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot we can say, but I'm also mindful of the time, that we shouldn't take too much of your time. And I want to acknowledge all the speakers here. Dr. Matutu, I missed her by a few minutes. And that gives us my age, but I told her I'm a retiree when I was a registrar at one university. And we're recruiting a lot of people, to come and teach maths. And so she had just finished her honors with distinction from some university. So we hunted her down to come and inspire. It's a pity she's not here. I was going to expose her. But she became one of our junior lecturers. We had those days in mathematics. And I'm truly delighted to see, the journey that she has gone through as a young woman scientist. Then she left and went to CTE to do a PhD and master's. But those are truly inspiring, and there are many examples like her. But we need more and more of women in science. So this is about excellence, ladies and gentlemen. This is about inclusivity. It's about the research grants there, Prof. Maharaj. Don't keep saying you don't have money. Find it to accommodate these young women. You can hear yourself when they open their mouths that they are going very far. And we're truly delighted that the momentum that Rakeshni has put for this, is, this is picking up speed, and when she started, she was not sure, and then she disappeared and went to some government people, but she still continued to keep the momentum, and she's back now, and I'm sure that she continues to do the work that I mean, Rakeshni, this is a goal for life that you put to make a difference in many young people's lives, and we truly appreciate that, including our partnerships with government agencies, everyone else that is making a difference in the 7th chapter of our Women in Science. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm switching over to vote of thanks. I have to do this, because if I can't, then Prof. Maharaj is a neighbor there in the office. I don't want him screaming in my ears. So we're closing now, and I want to thank all of you for participating here. You truly made this a success, as usual. Don't get tired. There's going to be another one next year, so don't get tired. I don't know if there were others online earlier, Rakeshni. Did you have online audience? Yeah, I must have online audience. We can do that. It's not expensive. We pay included there. So, but all of you, thank you very much. And of course, I would also like to thank the Vice Chancellor in his absence for his support for this. He arrived here and he found this and he's supporting it, and we like that. That means he understands the UP way, and we're truly thankful for that. I'd also like to thank Dr. Rakeshni. As I said, she put in a lot of effort at the beginning and now. She's our Director of Internationalization and Strategic Partners. Thank you, Rakesh. And, there are many other people. One of them is here on my right. I saw she worked very hard, Paul Mutwa. She's a very gracious and effective MC. She used to work in my office, if you don't know. And there's so much work there, and she disappeared. Now it's finding these MC kind of things, So it tells a lot about your work ethic. And I would like to thank, of course, our moderators, speakers of sessions, Deputy Minister, Dr. Matutu, Ms. Thandi Kunene. These are, all of you really, ladies and gentlemen, you have truly helped us achieve this milestone. And there are other staff and colleagues from other departments. Fundi and Sibande, I saw her here with presents, dishing away paper bags. And Lynette and Tembi, Kale and Sashtin Kirach, Putiteka and Sadin Anthony. I saw him there, he's restless. But thank you very much for all your support. And I also need to thank June Rose. June Rose is here as well. I saw her at lunch. Noble, thank you. And Mr. Johan Smith, who runs this facility catering. He's always generous with his food. I never get food poisoning from Future Africa. But take me to the administration building where I work, And I would also like to thank Louis Klute Productions. We go back a long way with Louis you know, when he was a student, and then he became an entrepreneur, and we provided, and I see he employs people now. That's nice. Louis Klute Productions, very professional services, and good with pictures. They even made me like to take pictures, something I never really. And finally, all of you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attendance. Your presence means a lot to us, and I would like to thank you. I also want to mention one thing that happened that we don't actually subscribe to at the University of Pretoria, that during lunch, 3 laptops were lost, 2 cameras were stolen, and some of it was from the department, the STI. So, if you steal here, we catch you. It's as simple as all that. There are cameras and things, and so I hope we'll not have to search the bags now and the people, because I learned that that person is caught. So the next stop for that is Brooklyn Police Station. So it's very unfortunate that we use this venue every day, you know. We never have such incidents, and we give you the assurance that your staff is safe here. And some people come here and, you know, but anyway, that person is caught. Thank you very much for your presence. We truly appreciate you. Thank you.